How do you even begin to describe the Vancouver Canucks? It's something I thought about for the intro of this video, and I gotta be honest, I don't have an answer because there's a lot of words you could use to describe this hockey team. A tire fire, a riot fire, a garbage fire, just never on fire. There's so many different ways. And that's led us to this 5-year plan where we are going for really to try and give the Canucks a bit of structure for the first time in almost 15 years because they really haven't had a game plan or structure since they lost the 2011 Stanley Cup Final to the Boston Bruins. I'm sorry, Canucks fans, but it's relevant because once that happened, once they got outgooned by the Boston Bruins in the 2011 Final, because it's the Stanley Cup playoffs and you can do whatever the hell you want, mostly, they immediately said, oh, what if we make our team more gritty? And that didn't work. And we'll bring in John Tortorella to get the Sedins to block shots. And that didn't work. And we'll try this, I get, and that didn't work. And then this, now we'll get JT Miller. And then we'll move JT Miller. And then we're going to bring in Evander Kane. And then we're going to move other people potentially like Evander Kane. And now Quinn Hughes maybe doesn't want to re-sign with us, and we can't imagine why. It's a mess. It's a disaster. The first step of this 5-year plan video, which again is not necessarily to win a cup within 5 years, but it is to leave the team better off than where we found it. And again, given that we're taking over a goddamn tire fire, it shouldn't be all that difficult to accomplish that goal. But I would really like to win. Going to be tough, though, because our first step is going to be to tear this team down, both at the initial trade deadline and the first offseason, probably including moving Quinn Hughes, because why the hell would he want to stay, right? And I think it's just more interesting if we move on from Quinn Hughes instead of him having loyalty to this tire fire of a team. The lineup that we're starting off with isn't exactly what the Canucks have in real life, but I'm trying to make it work to within what works typically in this game. Kiefer Sherwood, who's rumored to be getting traded. I mean, we'll probably trade him at the deadline, maybe to the Boston Bruins. Please, that'd be nice. Of course, centered by Elias Pettersson, who is not going anywhere. I mean, he is the face of this team, especially if we're going to move Quinn Hughes. He's here. We need to try to win now within his window, right? And then Brock Besser, who is also here and going nowhere. So get used to seeing these two, at least over the course of the first 4 seasons, maybe season 5, we think about moving Besser, but he and Pettersson are the key too. Why is Evander Kane on this team? Why? We'll be trading him, but why? And then we didn't have a playmaker for the top 6, so we called up Ty Mueller, so, give him a chance. Why not? And then Jake DeBrusk, former Bruin. God, it's weird seeing him in a Canucks uniform. And he is also apparently in trade rumors, maybe? Like, why? Why would you do that? Now, of course, he has clauses, right? So probably not, but you never know. If he's like, hey, sure, I'll waive my clause, get me the hell out of here. I mean, we'll have him for a good amount of time at least. I just don't get it. Nils Höglander is still like a solid player. Maybe I move him, maybe I don't. He doesn't have any protections. Philip Hedl, maybe I move him at the draft. Maybe I don't. He's a fine player. He's fine. And then Connor Garland, who is also in trade rumors. To the Boston Bruins, please. Now, he is missing a no-movement clause for 2027 and 2028. I'll be honoring the fact he has a no-movement clause for that year, and I'll have to double-check and fix that. And then the fourth line is Drew O'Connor, who is fine. How did Drew O'Connor get a no-trade clause? Modified, but still good for him and his agent. How did Teddy Bluger get a no-trade clause? What the fuck? And then we called up Max Sasson for the fourth line. I don't get it, right? I just don't get it for this team. Defensively, I do need to fix up these pairings, but we're going to wait until the end of the preseason anyway when I officially call up and send people down. But Marcus Pettersson, good player. They love their clauses in Vancouver. Is that the only way you can get people to play there? Vancouver's awesome. As long as you're not poor and stuck on East Hastings, Vancouver's sick. You can't tell me you can't get people there. By the way, Canada, Jesus Christ, can you solve that issue? Vancouver, Canada, can you guys do anything about East Hastings? Holy fuck, I still have nightmares about traveling down that road. Tyler Myers is here. He's 35 and has a no moving clause. Jesus. And then, of course, there's Quinn Hughes, who should be the face of the franchise, but why would he want to stay? Maybe we'll get him to stay after all. I don't know, right? We'll figure that out. And then Philip Hronek is there as well, which, again, solid player, sweet, merciful God on Easter Sunday. Everybody has a clause, except for Santa. Then there's Derek Forbort, who shockingly does not have a clause, so that's cool. P.O. Joseph, God, remember when he was highly touted, and now he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. We'll see if he's actually the one that's going to play, though, because we also have Victor Mancini in the mix, who probably will be in the lineup instead. I mean, again, good player. And the other, Elias Pettersson, who will also be highly factored into our plans. Goaltenders, Thatcher Demko, who I'm shocked didn't have any clauses. We'll see what happens with Demko. $5 million is not too bad, especially when we're coming off the Rangers challenge where, it was 11.5 of Shesterkin. And then Kevin Lankinen, who, again, he's fine. He's fine. Oh, my sweet, merciful God. There's no way that's real, right? I'm sorry, just completely out of the comedy and the conversation of this intro. So many of those deals were so similar. There's no way that didn't glitch out. No, he actually has those clauses. Why? Why? What the fuck? I mean, good for Kevin. Oh my God. Vancouver, what are you doing? Oh my God. Well, we needed insurance in case Demko... Yeah, Sheloff's. Why? In the system, we don't really have a goalie outside of Alexei Medvedev, which is good to have, at least. Defenseman, Tom Willander is there, which is nice. A couple other pieces, not too crazy. For the forwards, it auto-signed Vitaly Kravtsov, but, I mean, whatever, who cares? In terms of prospects, Lakiramaki's about a year out. Romani is still there. Klimovich, Ulrichsen, and down the middle, Coots, Ratu, Reichel. Some of these guys we could play in the NHL this year, but let's spare them the pain. They could be post-deadline call-ups. Let's see if we can fix this mess, shall we? You don't always get realistic results in a sim like this, but perfectly mid. Vancouver Canucks, it's pretty accurate, pretty appropriate. 26-30-3, obviously not an amazing season. The stats for this point of the season are also rather irrelevant for us. We're just going straight to the deadline. There's no doubt about it. We're not adding to this team. There's no way. The game plan is simple. Let's tear it down. None of this... Oh, should we keep JT Miller and go for it? Should we do this? Should we do this? We're tearing it down. We're building it back up. That is the way we're going about it. So, in terms of the deadline, Sherwood and Garland are up there on that top list. As I normally do in a challenge like this, I'm not just going to immediately trade everybody. We're going to do this kind of tactically. So when it comes to the goaltending, obviously Lankinen's going nowhere. We could get rid of Demko. Oh, see, there we go. So it was glitched out. I was going to say $5 million for Demko. That didn't make any sense. That makes more sense that it only showed the one term, but not the second. EA has a very weird way of distributing information. So Demko is, he's probably not going anywhere. I mean, maybe not. I mean, with that term left, I don't think he's going anywhere, even though he doesn't have a clause. Can we get anything for Yuri Patera? No, we cannot. Defensively, obviously, full value, Quinn Hughes would be a draft move if that's going to happen, which it probably will. Mancini, I'd like to not get rid of at all. Can we get anything for Derek Forbort, who's very unhappy being a healthy scratch right now? And the answer is, well, a 5th-round pick from Edmonton. Is that the highest draft pick we can get? I'd rather have picks than actual prospects. Again, I like to leave players on their actual teams, at least for the first couple years before the AI does something dumb. Derek Forbort, you are on your way to the Edmonton Oilers for the Bruins 2027 fifth-round pick. So that gets Forbort out of here. P.O. Joseph is also very unhappy about being a healthy scratch in favor of Pettersson and Mancini. Could get a sixth-round pick from the Oilers. Man, maybe I should have just paired them together. I could have gotten a fourth. Looks like Edmonton and maybe San Jose with Jimmy Huntington, but obviously the Oilers are offering a sixth-rounder. So that is a done deal there. P.O. Joseph is also going to be an Edmonton Oiler. Okay. Shout out to Edmonton, just making mid-moves. Guillaume Brisebois, can't get anything for him. And what about Jet Wu? God, remember the hype with Jet Wu. Right wing side, Connor Garland has his extension already. He's going nowhere, right? Pretty straightforward. He'll be here. Romani is still young enough. Klimovich is still young enough. Carlson, can we get anything for him? Apparently we can. Any picks? Might as well keep him then. Why not? Kravtsov I won't deal because, again, he wasn't supposed to have a contract, but I might keep him long term. We'll see. Nils Aman. Nothing for you. What about Yasik? No. Okay. Left wing side. Kiefer Sherwood. You're one of the big ones, of course. You gotta go. He's got good value. What can we get for him? A second, a third, and Wahlberg from Buffalo. Kotkaniemi, no thank you. Gulyayev, a second and a fourth. 2 seconds in Gagne. 2 seconds in Gagne from the Avs, but it's the Avs. They're going to be later picks. Elik, yeah, see, I don't want to immediately take so many prospects away from some of these teams. Unless it's going to be like a Quinn Hughes deal, right? So a second, a third, and Wahlberg, we will do 2 seconds in Gagne. Kiefer Sherwood is the newest member of the Colorado Avalanche. Got to be done. Let's move him out. Does anybody want Evander Kane? Why? Elik, Rita Nielsen, Liam Nielsen, Edstrom, Rombach. Nashville. Nashville really wants him. We might do a manual trade there. They really wanted Sherwood as well. Bloom is still a prospect. Baines, he's 25. That'll be fine. And then for the centers, Theodor Blugers. Old Teddy Bluger. Where can we send you? Probably to Minnesota, or we just send you to Winnipeg and take on Wagner. I could take him out. Here, what if I take him out at the deal? It's a medium bottom 6 prospect. I'm not too worried. They probably don't have the contracts to do it otherwise. Fabian Wagner, he was a 6th round pick a couple years ago. Let's just do that. Teddy Bluger off to Winnipeg. 3rd round pick for Teddy is not too bad, really. And then back to centers. Was there anybody else we wanted to move out? Philip Hedl, Lucas Reichel I'd like to keep. We're going to call him up. David Kampf. Can we get anything for David Kampf? Obviously, they just signed him IRL. Teams are interested, but there's really nothing happening there. So it's Kampf and Evander Kane on expiring deals that aren't named Garland, of course, with an extension, although Garland's not too happy with me right now either. But that is okay. Can I trade these two together? We know Nashville's still interested, so honestly, let's go to Nashville. Kampf and Evander Kane. We'll retain on Evander just to get a little bit of extra value in the deal. We have the money to do so for the rest of this season. And obviously, I'm sure we'll have to add a player or two. Let's just say we added a second. Yeah, at least one player. Who do you have that's not really worth much? Because I don't really want a prospect from you. I just want draft picks. Willis as a medium bottom 6 forward. How about you? And we're going to need somebody else as well. I want the value to be in our own picks, either Ufko or Kulanumi. Let's take the Finn. And what can I get from you in terms of picks? I highly doubt they don't want to even trade the 1st rounder. 2nd round? We can get more back. What about a 2nd and a 3rd? We might even be able to get more. 2, 3, 4? For Evander Kane and David Kampf? What do you think? Wow, they'd still take that. I felt like that was too much. Would you give me the 1st rounder? No. But it's not far off. Nashville's good this year, so it's a later 1st, so it's not totally unrealistic that they'd trade it to go for it. I don't know why they're good, but they are. Do I have anybody that I'm just never going to sign? Yeah, Sherratt. Gabe Sherratt. I am so sorry, buddy. Either we, because I am using the Vasi Tactics Tugi roster, I guess we missed you because you shouldn't be that bad. But in this timeline, you're going to be very valuable to the Canucks because you're the piece that's going to help me get a first-round pick from the Nashville Predators. So thank you very much for that. Evander Kane is gone. And after that, I mean, we had the Nashville pick. We got a third-round pick back now, thanks to Winnipeg. Sixth-round pick from Edmonton. Then next year, we have 2 seconds, neither of which are ours. We got the extra pick from Pittsburgh, the extra choice from Boston. So, I mean, we've done an okay job of opening up some space, as Nashville also picked up Jake Evans. We've done a pretty good job of opening up space moving forward in terms of, just some extra draft picks. And even now, short term, we're going to be able to call up quite a few guys to help finish up this season. And then the big question will be the draft and what happens from there. Players that are going to be entering the final year of their deal. We really have no reason to bring in Hayden Fleury. But players that are going to be entering the final year of their deal. And that, of course, includes Quinn Hughes. How does this always happen? Why does this always happen? The Vancouver Canucks in Season 1 have made the playoffs with a 40-34-8 record. And we'll be taking on the Nashville Predators in the first round, moving over to the Central Division side of the brackets. Make it make sense, because I cannot. Elias Pettersson led this team with 99 points. Absolutely outstanding from him. I mean, that's amazing. Brock Besser, 72 points, also over 30 goals. Jake DeBrusk had 52 points. Hedl and Garland in the 40s, that's okay. Höglander, 38, also okay. Sasson, Mueller, they did okay as well. O'Connor, not so much. And then the call-ups post-deadline were Arshdeep Bains, who was outstanding. Jonathan Lekirimaki, who was, he had power play time, though. And Linus Karlsson. Those were the guys that got us to the next level. Defensively, Quinn Hughes was insane, of course, and I'm still torn between are we going to trade him or not. It's probably more fun if we do because we're tearing it down, and why would he want to be here type of thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Philip Hronek was great. Myers and Pettersson, a.k.a. Mylers, weren't that bad. Elias Pettersson and Victor Mancini, he could have done better. Goaltending-wise, Demko and Lankinen weren't great, but we were able to outscore our issues, I guess. I don't understand. Nikita Kucherov was the only guy to break 100 points, and he had 120. I also don't understand the scoring inconsistencies in this game this year. But okay, fair enough. What a season for Kucherov. Defensively, Makar, 91 points. So he is probably going to win the Norris. Could even go to Roman Josi because of that -1, because this game can be a bit ridiculous sometimes. Goaltender, the winningest, Vasilevsky and Merzlikins. The shutout leader was Allmark with 10. And save percentage amongst starters, I'm pretty sure Elvis Merzlikins just won the Vezina. Complete bizarro world for this first season. How else do you possibly explain it? How else do you explain this team making the playoffs in the first place with lines that looked like this post-deadline? I don't know. I do not know, but we'll roll with it. We're not really going to change anything. The team is the team. We'll go through this postseason, see how this goes, and it'll be right back to business as planned in the offseason. But who knows what might happen beforehand. We had the 29th goals against per game average. 4th for goals for, though, which is pretty good. So basically, great offense, terrible defense. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen in the playoffs, right? Nashville, for some reason, were insane this season. Featuring Philip Forsberg, the old Forsberg, Steven Stamkos, and Jonathan Marchessault. Luke Evangelista, Ryan O'Reilly, and Michael Bunting on the second line. Evander Kane. Casey Cizikas and Jake Evans on the third line. Michael McCarron, Eric Holla, and Fedor Svechkov on the fourth line. Defense is Roman Josi with Nick Perbix, Nick Hague and Brady Shea, Nick Blankenberg and Tony DeAngelo. Goaltenders, Justus Saros and Justus Anuin, and Cole Smith, David Camp, Justin Barron. Your healthy scratches. Okay, I mean, 8-0-2 in our last 10. We're in really good form. We shouldn't be here at all. I thought the next thing we'd be doing is deciding whether or not we're trading Quinn Hughes or not. I still can't make a decision on that, and instead we found ourselves in the playoffs. March or so starts off the scoring. We find 3 in the second period, 2 from defensemen. And we end up winning game 1. 4-1. Linus Karlsson gets an extra goal. Amazing effort from Thatcher Demko. This team is almost winning out of spite. Which would be nice in real life, right? Canucks fans, to see this team be like, no, you're not gonna blow this team up. We got this. Don't worry about it. And we're going to play so well that Quinn Hughes decides to stay. 2-2 at the end of the first. In the second game, the other Pettersson and Linus Karlsson both score. Holy God, Demko fell off a cliff. Hronek gets a goal for us, but goodness gracious, we almost came back. 8-6, your final score in game number 2, with Saros and Thatcher Demko in goal. Okay, sure. This game makes no sense sometimes. It really doesn't. Game number 3 in Vancouver. I mean, hey, we won a game on the road to kick it off. It's not too bad. First period, 3-2 Nashville. Okay, so the defense and goaltending is just done. Pettersson and O'Connor, the former Penguins, getting the goals. Second period, it's now 6-3, so Thatcher Demko is cooked. 8-5, back-to-back 8-goal games for the Nashville Predators. Holy jeebus. You don't see that every postseason run, do you? Wow. Shout out to Thatcher Demko with an 810 save percentage through 3 games. That is probably the lowest I've ever seen. And Saros is at an 852. And a 5.85 goals against average for Thatcher Demko. I cannot justify starting you in this next game. There's no way. Kevin Lankinen will get the chance in game number 4 because, I mean, he could be worse. It's just very unlikely that he will be. First period, a 1-0, Connor Garland. Second period, it's now 2-2. Pettersson scores again. Preds tie it up. We go to overtime as Hedel and Forsberg score in the third, and we win. Ty Mueller. Okay. Ty Mueller is your overtime hero, and we have tied this series up at 2 apiece. Lankinen with a 900 save percentage, actually bumped that up to a 920. And yeah, no more Thatcher Demko. Not until we get to the second round, if we were to even get there. This is going to be very similar to, God, when was that? Corey Crawford being taken out for Scott Darling. I think against Nashville, too. And then Crawford ended up back in. Game 5 in the Schvill. First period, 3-2 Canucks. Ronick, Besser, Karlsson. Second period, we had 2 more. Pettersson and DeBrusk. Third period, Jesus Christ, that is the third time in this series that someone has scored 8 goals. First time it's been us. 8-3 your final score. It said that we were one of the highest scoring teams in the league and also a team that gave up a lot of goals. This series has been exactly that so far. We are up 3-2 in one of the most bizarre series I've ever seen. Look at the goals for per game for each team. Saros is on an 847 save percentage. We are obviously going to be sticking with Kevin Lankinen. Why would we not? With his 905. Game 6 in Vancouver. Are we somehow going to the second round? Down 2-1 at the end of the first. 2 goals for Evander Kane. Now down 3-2 as Mancini gets us back to within 1. But the Preds have forced Game 7. A hat trick for Evander Kane. Of course. Of course. In fairness, I'd much rather have the first round pick that we have. Even if it's Nashville's and it might not be all that good. We'll see. This has just been a ridiculous, ridiculous series. I mean, I don't think I can take Lankinen out, right? Like, we know what Demko's been doing in this series. Lankinen hasn't been much better. Screw it. Thatcher Demko's getting the extension. We'll live and die with our supposed starter. Game 7, first period. I hate you, Thatcher Demko. No. Second period, still 2-0. Third period, we are going to overtime. Ronick and Carlson are able to tie it, and you know what? I mean, it's game 7. It might only be the first round, but I mean, come on, we gotta hop in and check out the end of this, don't we? We gotta see what the boys are capable of here, and if we can stave off elimination against Nashville. So let's do this. Why not? Get some commentary reps in there. I feel like it's been a little bit since we've had to jump in. So let's see what we can do. Who is going to the second round? You got to figure, too, if we knock out Nashville here, it's very good news for us on a lot of fronts. But obviously, here's Brock Besser. Besser has a chance, passes, and Saros all over that post. Just held onto the puck too long, did Besser there. But you got to figure, right? Like, we win the series, Nashville's pick is further up, which is just great news for us. Especially if we were to trade Quinn Hughes. It could end up being, 3 first-round picks this year? There's Quinn to Myers, nowhere for him to go. Marchessault intercepted by DeBrusk. Pedersen for Hughes. Shot blocked, gets it back, can't get the second one through either. Forsberg works his way through. Nice back check by Pedersen. Where's he going to go with it? Right into Nick Perbix. Yossi up ahead. Preds dump it in. DeBrusk is there. Taken down, no penalty. Stamkos to Yossi. Shoot, save, rebound was there. Stamkos nearly swatted it out of midair. As DeBrusk can't work his way through. He needs to go for a line change, please. Please, Jake. Okay, just stay out there. That's fine. Evans for Evander Kane. Steps in. Glove save, Demko. Awful defense. It would have been very fitting if Evander Kane scored the winner. All right, we got Drew O'Connor, Philip Hedl, and Connor Garland. What a second line. O'Reilly actually loses the draw. And Pedersen is real slow. Good Lord, buddy. Get those feet moving. Hedl had a backdoor pass, elected not to take it. An easy save for Saros again. O'Reilly to Perbix. Now Bunting. Shot saved by Demko. Plays it out. So Connor tries to find space. Dumps it in. Shea and Perbix will settle it down. Not much of a forecheck from us here. There we go. Bit of a late effort. Evangelista steps through. Now Hedl has a pass. He's blind in his right eye, apparently. Just has no idea that Garland's there. And this should go down for icing. It will not. Ronick recovers for O'Connor. Now for Lakiramaki. Oh, good. Our fourth line's out there. Good call, coach. Good call. Ericala. Saved by Demko. Just giving up some soft shots. Nice interception by Lakiramaki, though. And O'Connor, just nowhere to go, tried to step in. Does a good job of causing havoc. We get a face-off out of it. We got some tired lines out there, though. We're still waiting for that first really big chance. I think the best chance we've had so far is Brock Besser, and he just didn't do anything. Baines, Sasson, and Höglander. Shea for Evans. Again, we're playing with house money. We shouldn't be here at all. Tyler Myers. Nick Hague nearly ends this series. Shea for Hague. Kane backhand. Shea is there. Kane again. Another stop by Demko. Finally covers it. All thanks to Tyler Myers drilling the puck off of the back of his own goal. And then the hit post, because of course. And this is only the first round. DeBrusk, Pettersson, and Besser are out there. Preds win the draw. Shea deflected. Myers, much better this time. Pettersson gets hit. Besser's there. What can Besser do? Tries to walk through. DeBrusk shovels on. And Saros with the cover. We got to leave that top line out there. We got no choice. I mean, I don't want to say we don't have any choice. We do, but best to trust Petey on this one. Against Stammer. Stamkos wins it clean. Shea is hit. Stamkos gets it out. Damn. Forsberg. Nice interception from Pettersson again. Hughes. Back for Pettersson. Now Besser. Besser for DeBrusk. Save. Off the mask and down of Saros. As much as I'd love to call the timeout, we're not going to. O'Connor, Hedel, and Garland. Can somebody be the hero? Hedel wins it. Ronick. Interrupted by his own man. Philip Hronek. Nice play there, though. Garland. Ronick. Where can he go with this? Nowhere. God, the AI is so bad. I swear, sometimes in 26 we get good AI matchups, and then other times they are just atrocious. Oh my God, what a play. Other Petey. Go, other Petey. Garland. Saved by Saros. Nice hit there. And Saros is forced to cover. It's been 4 minutes. It feels like 4 hours already, if we're being honest. This could be Quinn Hughes' last game as a Canuck. To answer your question, yes, the landing spot might be New Jersey for the Lols. Blankenberg. His pass off the mark. Neither of these teams looking like someone who should be feared in the second round. DeBrusk. Jacob the Snakeub dumps it in. Blankenberg for bunting. And the forecheck just could not do anything. Mancini for Little Petey. Nowhere to go. Other Pete. Please put pressure on. There you go. Well done. Höglander. Toe drags towards the defender. It doesn't do anything. Gets hit. D'Angelo for Evangelista. The AI is so bad. Oh my God. Try something different. Haula can't get that shot off. Peterson. To Mancini. Höglander dumps it in. That's a choice. D'Angelo loses it. Baines! Good chance. Off the mistake from D'Angelo. Saros was there. We got to get a line change out there. It's risky, though. Haula, nice. Don't know why my defense is taking off. Didn't tell them to change. And Evangelista nearly ended it. Carlson for Lekkerimäki. No idea why the defense changed there. That's insane. Decent hit. Scramble for the puck. We got nothing. Bunting pass off the mark. No icing. Mueller for Hughes. Can we break out? Jesus Christ. Dude, why? How is the AI still this bad? If you've wondered why I ultimately didn't do anything BioPro related, they're just so dumb. Finally, at least something different. A dump and chase from Lekkerimäki. DeBrusk isn't going to get there. It's just immediately over with. Haula walks right through a 1-4. Saved by Demko. Carlson dumps it in again. And just nobody there. Get different forwards out there, at least, for the love of God. At least some pressure on Evangelista as he tried to cross the line. He gets benched. Myers for Pettersson. Don't turn this over because we need a D change. Besser walks right into the defenseman. And here goes a very tired Steven Stamkos. Saved by Demko. Haula, that one's deflected away. Evangelista diving effort in front for Eric Haula. And the Nashville Predators will go to the second round. Can you believe how bad the AI still are? I shouldn't be surprised, should I? But somehow I am. Well, the series was certainly ridiculous. Didn't lack in entertainment value, even though we never should have been there in the first place. Pettersson was great. I mean, really, like, when you had that high scoring of a series, I mean, the fact that, like, Archduke Baines didn't have a single point after ending the regular season so strongly is absurd to me. And then defensively, obviously, Quinn was great. The Hronek-Pettersson pairing did not, with Marcus that is, did not go all that well. And then, of course, the goaltending was absolutely abysmal. So that's fun because both of them have contracts and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. They are inevitable. The Colorado Avalanche have won the Stanley Cup with the Charlotte Checkers taking home the Calder Cup. So at the very least, Nashville not making their way to a championship. Final four at best. They lost in the very next round to Colorado. Of course they did. They barely beat a very diminished Canucks team. So that makes sense. In terms of your award winners, Kucherov wins the Art Ross, the Hart Trophy. The Norris does go to Cale Makar. The Calder to Demidov, no surprise. Conn Smythe to Cale Makar. Vezina to Merzlikins, which is, I don't think I've ever seen him win that award in this game. Jack Adams to Dean Evison, okay. You can thank Elvis for that one. Selke Trophy to Sidney Crosby, Kucherov to Ted Lindsay, and the Rocket Richard. In the AHL, Easton Cowan was the top point getter and league MVP. I believe it's Noah Philp was the top goal scorer, while Easton Cowan was also the top rookie. Ville Heinola was the top defenseman. Akira Schmid, the top goaltender. Nolan Foote, your MVP of the Calder Cup champion Charlotte Checkers. So, season one, interesting to say the least. Can't say that it wasn't, as the New York Islanders are going to have back-to-back first overall picks. Yeah, because Matthew Schaefer isn't him enough. But the question for us will be, what is the future of some of these players? What is the future of Quinn Hughes in particular? And are we going to sort out a trade there? Are we going to try to see what's perhaps going on maybe closer to the deadline? Like, what exactly do we want to do? And I got to be honest, I don't have the answer to it because I know trading Quinn Hughes isn't a good idea. But I mean, the thought right now is he's potentially not staying, right? So, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see what that reality might be. We have picks number 17 and 27 here in this first round, but I am hoping to end up with more than that. For the goaltenders, nothing's changing, unfortunately. I wish. Unless we could trade, like, Koskinen for Mathieu Blumel. Who cares? And then what about, I mean, like, Young? Can we get anything for him? Mathieu Blumel. I mean, honestly, it would get us out of a contract because Blumel's deal is up and then Tolapilo's still here. You know what? Yeah, let's do this. Let's get rid of Ty Young. And then we'll just drop Blumel. That's fine by me. Defensively, if we were to offer Quinn Hughes, nobody has a deal. That doesn't surprise me. Tyler Myers is going to be entering the last year of his deal, but we'd have to ask him to waive the no-movement clause. Pettersson's going nowhere. Mancini, don't plan on getting rid of him. I think from there we're good, right? Unless we get rid of, like, Kulanumi, which, I mean, whatever, we might as well keep him. So yeah, defensively, nothing's going to change unless we get Tyler Myers to waive that clause, which when the hell did they ever? It's such a rarity in this game. Lakiramaki could go, but he won't. Garland's extension's about to kick in, so he's not going anywhere. Aside from that, it's just a bunch of, like, younger RFAs. Left wing side, DeBrusk is going nowhere. Drew O'Connor, probably wouldn't be a bad time to see if we can move him, just because he's a dude. Right? He's a dude. He's down to a depth forward, too. We could get a 7th round pick from the Bruins. a 6th rounder from San Jose by way of Toronto, or just an outright Toronto pick. Honestly, Drew O'Connor to the Sharks. Let's do it. That clears up $2.5 million worth of space. That absolutely works for me. And then for the centers, Philip Hedl. Ratu probably going nowhere. Mueller probably going nowhere. So really, it's Hedl, and then it's the question of Quinn Hughes. Now, the Islanders are about to end up with Gavin McKenna, aren't they? Yeah, they are. I mean, unless we were to find a way to quickly deal Quinn Hughes there, but we'll let it go, because let's be honest, like, the value we'd miss out on. I mean, granted, it would be franchise for franchise. Can we get this done really quickly? I hit the wrong button, so it's going to take longer than it should. Maybe I should have thought about that first. But in fairness, I've been thinking New Jersey this whole time. If we were to try last-ditch effort, Quinn Hughes to the Islanders, they're not really willing to give up anybody that I actually want, and there it goes. Okay, well, did they make a mistake and not take McKenna? I hit the wrong button anyway. That was really weird. There he goes. Okay, yeah, Gavin McKenna's an Islander with Matthew Schaefer. That's insane. We can kind of take our time. I don't know. You could argue. What do you think? Should I have done that? Should I have tried to make that deal go through instead of being focused on frickin' Philip Hedl? The answer is probably yes. I got to be honest, my brain is broken. I'm going to come back tomorrow at this point after this, because the fact that we even made the playoffs is just, I cannot believe it. Bruins are offering a 2nd and a 3rd, which is pretty nice. 2/3 in Svozil, a 2nd and a 3rd from Minnesota. Does anybody have anything better than a 2nd and a 3rd? New Jersey offering a 2nd and a 3rd. Don't worry, we'll be talking to you soon. 2-3, 2-3, 2 seconds from the Kraken. Granted, that 2nd is almost a 3rd, but I do not hate that. Yeah, I don't hate that. Philip Hedl to the Seattle Kraken for 2 second-round picks. You got a deal. You got a deal. So the question is, what happens with Quinn Hughes? Is there a deal that makes the most sense here? It would certainly not be to a Western Conference team. So primarily I'm interested in Eastern Conference teams that are willing to try to make something happen, which includes Carolina giving up the 14th overall pick courtesy of Dallas. Who else does this include? It includes the Florida Panthers, who did not have their own first-round pick this year. And of course, like, none of their top targets would necessarily help us. Montreal's not interested. New Jersey is interested. New Jersey is interested, huh? 12th overall pick. It almost makes too much sense, right? The Islanders are interested, in fairness. But McKenna was not meant to be. The Rangers are moving the 5th, and they have the Carolina 31st. Quinn Hughes as a Ranger. 2 first-round picks in return. Ottawa would be 1 first-rounder. Man, it might be the Rangers. What about Philly? Not willing to move there first. What about Pittsburgh? You know Kyle Dubas would love that move. Outside of that, Tampa doesn't have their own first anyway. The Toronto Maple Leafs. Got to spend that Connor McDavid money, right? Then Washington has the 30th. Okay, I mean, to me, it's New Jersey or it's New York. New Jersey has the 12th overall pick, which isn't that insane. But the fact that the Rangers have a top 5 is crazy. Absolutely crazy. What would we be able to get for Quinn Hughes if we were to unite the Hughes brothers, right? I mean, I feel like you'd have to be looking at like Mercer, Nemitz, Siliev. Like, this would be the one deal to be like, okay, you're blowing up your core to make this deal with me. Like, Seamus Casey is there, Haminaho. I mean, that's not bad if we were to look at, again, Mercer, Nemitz, Siliev, Casey, and a first. I mean, it is 3 defensemen, but I mean, we're going to need the replacements, right? And on top of, yeah, the 12th overall and who knows what else. But the Rangers are offering a 5th overall, or could offer a 5th and a 1st. God, a 5th overall and another 1st, the 31st. Again, my brain is just broken now. But who do they have that I would really want? The answer, it's not overly pretty. Emery, Spence, Morrow, and of course the last rebuild we did was with the Rangers, and Emery and Morrow were just kind of okay. So yeah, we get the extra 1st, but the primary prospect would be Spence. And we might be able to swing another deal to get that 5th overall pick anyway. Let's have fun. I mean, trading Quinn Hughes isn't necessarily fun. But man, where there's this much smoke, there's got to be fire, right? So if we were to do New Jersey's 1st this year, 12th overall, New Jersey's 1st next year, would we want to do that? Because we could also go for Mercer, Nemitz, and probably Silyev over Casey. Mercer, Nemitz, Silyev, and 2 first-rounders for Quinn Hughes. Are they willing to do that? Am I willing to do that? We know Quinn Hughes is insane in this game, but he hasn't re-signed. Well, he can't re-sign this season, obviously, but it's just the question of what happens. It's just the question. You know what? We're having fun with it. It's a hypothetical. We're doing it. I got to do it. Will the Devils do this trade? Quinn Hughes is a New Jersey Devil. Apparently, we could have gotten a lot more back, but that is okay. We have the Devils 1st this year, the Devils 1st next year. We bring in 2 defensive prospects in Nemitz, who's ready now, and Silyev, and we also bring in Dawson Mercer. You lose any trade in which you're trading Quinn Hughes, but it's not my fault. Vancouver management has screwed things up that much. So Quinn Hughes is, in fact, a Devil in this timeline, and we are going to try to move up to that 5th overall pick, currently held by the Rangers, because now we have more picks to deal with. So let's talk about that 5th overall pick. Did they trade it? Oh, it had Quinn Hughes on the board still. That's really weird. You'd think he would have disappeared after the trade. I was going to say, what the hell is that? In terms of a deal, I mean, Nemitz and Willander, it's not that bad. We really don't have too much to trade unless we wanted to get rid of, like, Höglander. So it's going to have to be a pick. And I cannot imagine the Devils 1st next year being all that good. So if we can use that to get the 5th overall this year, we're feeling pretty good about ourselves, right? We're feeling pretty good. So if we go and we take a look, I mean, Höglander's just kind of a dude, right? Yeah, a good player to have, but he is just a dude. We got a lot of guys that are in that conversation. And I can throw in Kravtsov, because why the hell not? Nope, they'd have too many people. We'd have to throw somebody back. Who do we have for unsigned players? Quite a few guys. Medium bottom 6, Gardner. A couple of medium 7ths. How close is this? It's not, but I wouldn't mind getting these guys out of here. What about Bjork? Still not enough. That's not surprising. Let's get rid of one of the defensemen. So if I do this, that 1st round pick, a couple of dudes, what if we give you that nice shiny Winnipeg 3rd rounder? No. I am underselling this, aren't I? What if I give you that nice shiny Seattle 2nd? Still no. What if we keep Bjork and we give you that nice Vancouver 4th rounder? How about that nice Winnipeg 3rd rounder? Shit. I mean, the 49th, the 58th. We could also get the Colorado 2nd next year. Colorado should be good. So New Jersey's 1st next year. They should be good. They just added Quinn. Colorado's 2nd next year. They just won the Cup. Seattle's 58th this year. And 2 dudes. Quite far off. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, do I? I'm cooked. I am absolutely cooked. I know it's a 5th rounder or 5th overall, but goddamn. Can I interest you in a Vancouver 6th? Please? No. What if I also offered a Toronto 6th? No. Normally we have like a go-to prospect to get rid of in a deal like this, but I don't want to get rid of prospects. I want to keep Höglander too. Will Tyler Myers waive his no-move clause to become a Ranger? No. Was worth a shot, I suppose. Obviously, Mercer's not going anywhere, and everybody else they're interested in has a freaking clause, so that's not good. Oh, boy, we are right down to it as Stenberg is off the board. All right, New York, I'm not screwing around anymore. Let's give you that Seattle second, the New Jersey first, the Colorado second. How are we feeling from there? Still need more. It's a 5th overall pick. Just do it. What about the Winnipeg third this year? I mean, we're looking for a big splash here. If I have to use another second, so be it. What if I also use our third rounder next year? So 1, 2 2s, 3 3s. Still not enough. What if we use... God, we could use our 49th this year. What if we use Seattle second? So the 2 picks we got for Philip Hedl and another first and second for the 5th overall pick. Jesus. And a third? That is a lot. But we do get a 5th overall pick in a deep, deep draft when we didn't have another chance to move into the top 10. So that is going to open us up for either Viggo Bjork, Ryan Rubruk, or Tynan Lawrence. And in theory, of course, potentially some others, but those are the big ones. A couple guys who are 1 year out, no abilities to speak of. What about Belchetz? He's also a year out. Mathis Preston. So all these dudes are a year out, except generated players Sergei Voinov and Roberto Ferguson. I mean, Voinov as a defenseman, not confirmed to be ready. Pick number 14 for Ferguson. Where are we selecting? We're selecting 12th. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking in terms of this little rebuild on the fly. We got some defensemen back, let's be honest. We need a forward. All 3 of these guys can play center if need be. I was hoping for a more skilled position, though. So, I mean, that could be where Preston steps in. Unconfirmed Rockets. It's a little bit off the board to take Preston. He should be a medium elite, but now I'm not so sure. Well, I'm second guessing, maybe giving up that much to the Rangers. Let us go for... God, Rubrick actually is the one guy that can't play center, isn't he? Who do we have for centers? Are we good for centers? Timeout. Timeout. Can you tell things have changed a lot? I didn't expect this much to be happening. Yeah, assets no longer on team. Who the hell do we even have at center? Long term, it's Pedersen, potentially Mercer, Coots, Romani. Yeah, getting a safety net at center is our best bet here, isn't it? Well, when in doubt, got to go with the Swede then. Viggo Bjork, welcome in. 75 overall, medium elite playmaker. Not bad. Is he worth what we gave up to the Rangers? You could certainly make that argument. But he is a playmaker as well, which we really, really needed. Rudolph, Lynn, Preston was high 6, so we definitely made the right choice there. Belchetz, Lawrence, Rubrick. Oh, God, Rubrick was a sniper, huh? Yeah, we did okay. So 12th overall will probably end up being Ferguson, just to get another forward in the mix. God, he's a grinder, too, which is wild, so maybe not. Unless we could easily change him into a power forward, which is not a guarantee. Then we got other dudes who are potentially up to a year. There's also Chase Reed. Sergei Voinov. I don't think he's an OFD at 6'5". It's another defenseman to try to make up for the loss of Quinn Hughes. I just think we need a forward more, but a grinder? I don't know, man. Unless we can turn him into a power forward, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried he might get locked into a middle 6 role, you know? Let's go for Voinov. Let's take the Ukrainian. 79 overall, medium elite, 2-way defenseman. Hello. With unstoppable and pressure plus. NHL ready out of the gates, too. Again, you don't win a trade in which you give up Quinn Hughes. but we're doing okay for ourselves. Ferguson was an 83. Jesus. I don't think Carolina was willing to move their pick. If they were, I made a mistake in not trading up. I still like Voinov, but damn. Like I said, I'm just worried Ferguson will get trapped into a middle six role unless you can get him to turn to a power forward. We have yet another pick here. We already have a forward. We already have a defenseman. So now it's just best available, which could be Brady Wasselin. William Hawkinson is also a year out. Another defenseman. Diorio is 2 years out. Who else might be just a year out? Unconfirmed for Nordmark. Valentini with an unconfirmed ability. All right, and then this Carroll's a bit further down. So we are looking at Wasselin or Hawkinson. When in doubt, take the Swede, right? When in doubt, take the Swede. A medium 4, 71 overall for Hawkinson, so that is not bad. And we still have the 27th pick. Jesus. I mean, again, we moved on from Quinn Hughes, but we have been doing some good things. Some very, very good things. Our scouts are kind of letting us down here a little bit. Hermanson, 2 years out. All these dudes are going to be 2 years out, except once we get down. Carroll's might have been a year out. Unconfirmed NHL ready for Ilya Sharov. 38th projected. There's perhaps another generated dude. There's also Riley Boychuk, an unconfirmed 1 year out. When is our next pick after this? 49th. If we're taking Sharov, we do it now. Otherwise, I mean, again, we could look for another Swede at the top. We could go for someone like Edwards. I mean, it's another defenseman. Let's try it. We'll throw as many darts at the board as we can to try to replace Quinn Hughes. Sharov is a 77 medium elite, two-way defenseman. Depth level out of the gates. We gotta find some way to replace Quinn Hughes, and it's probably going to have to be by committee, but after all of those moves, Viggo Bjork is in, Voinov, Hawkinson, Sharov. I mean, something's got to give, right? Season 2 with the Vancouver Canucks, and things are looking very, very different just 1 year into this run. Let's go over what the Lions are going to be and some of the moves we had to make based off of player development, because there was quite a bit. So our top line this season, at least to start, is going to be Jake DeBrusk with Elias Pettersson and Brock Besser, our new captain, Brock Besser. Second line, Alex Kerfoot was brought in. We needed a playmaker. He was kind of the best option available. It's okay. He is with Dawson Mercer and Jonathan Lekkerimäki. A little bit worried about how this line will do, but I'm hoping Mercer can prove to be a good pickup, hoping Lekkerimäki can step up. Third line is Höglander with Aatu Räty and Connor Garland. Kind of trying to set up Garland as, again, like that middle six, power play guy, energy line type of dude. And the fourth line, Archdeep Baines has made the team with Matthew Pekka and Zach McEwen. We just needed some grit and some crazy eyes in the case of Zach McEwen, and we found it. Defensively is where a lot of changes have happened. Marcus Pettersson will be on that top pair with Simon Nemec to start the year. Sergei Voinov has made the team alongside Filip Hronek. And third pair, Anton Silyev has also made the team next to Tom Willander. So, again, the defense has changed quite a bit. Obviously, we do not have Quinn Hughes. Goaltenders, of course, still Demko and Kevin Lankinen. And in the AHL, really quickly here, too, since we're already here, top line, Sergei Zykov, Braden Coots, and Viggo Bjork. And aside from that, we have a high nine in Anthony Romani, and then not much else. Defensively, Ilya Sharov is there, spend the year down in the AHL. Kirill Korvyatsev is close to being ready. William Hawkinson's down there. So we're looking a little bit better in terms of defensive prospects remaining. Evgeny Volokin, the Habs never signed him ever, so we signed him again because why not? But obviously, you will notice that there are some names and faces that are missing. And this is what we did. So Pettersson was sent to Carolina for a third and a fourth. Tyler Myers was sent to Toronto for a second and a third. Victor Mancini to Tampa for a second, and Clav Weinberg. We had Ty Mueller being dealt to Toronto as well for a fourth round pick. a third-round pick to Carolina for Lucas Reichel. Danila Klimovich sent to Florida for a sixth-round pick. So all of these guys were either in the mix, and it just liked other players that were there, wanted a grittier fourth line instead of having guys like Klimovich and Mueller down there looking to provide more depth scoring. It's just not really going to happen anyway. So a couple of players that I didn't expect us to really be moving on from. Tyler Myers, probably chief among them. But now when you look at what might happen the rest of the way, right? I mean, we got $17 million in cap space available, but we are compliant. But when you look at what's going to happen here coming up, again, Demko and Lankinen, they're not going anywhere at this point, right? At least for a couple of years. Defensively, Pettersson, Hronek, they're going nowhere. Like, this defense is kind of locked in now. It's just a matter of who develops the most. We do have to see what Dawson Mercer's capable of, and if he's not so hot, we could flip him for something. Lekiramaki's also in a contract year, but obviously we still have protection on him. Kerfoot, if we're struggling, he could be flipped, no problem there. And then down the middle, Ratu's deal is up. But aside from that, again, we really don't have too much to worry about in terms of the upcoming deadline. I can't imagine we would be worried about adding to this team or anything like that. So we're kind of already in that phase of, okay, we moved on from certain people. We're also getting Quinn Hughes' return to Vancouver. Actually, in fairness, it's in New Jersey, but you get the point. Our first matchup with Quinn Hughes, we lost to St. Louis 7-2. Caden Korczak on waivers, $3.25 million. No. Don't need that. Let's see what happens here, though, against New Jersey. Demko was god-awful in that last game, too. Will Quinn Hughes score? Timo Meier did. Going to overtime thanks to a shorty from DeBrusque, and Nico Hischier's the winner, so no Quinn Hughes goal in his first game against his former team. We'll see if he resigns as well, and for how much. But yeah, we kind of have that new core intact, the guys that we know, like, okay, you're our featured guys. We have the new prospects in the system, and hopefully by Season 5, certainly, we are that much closer to where we want to be, as opposed to the real-life Canucks who find themselves, at least at the time of recording this very sentence, at the bottom of the NHL standings on points percentage. 29, 26, and 5. Currently 6th in the Pacific Division, out of the playoffs by at least 7 points, and it is 7 points behind the Sharks. We were looking good at one point, bit of a struggle through February, and kind of positions us to say, okay, we're definitely not adding or anything at the trade deadline, right? Pretty straightforward. But in terms of how the boys are doing, DeBrusque, 30 points in 60 games. He's not a top-line player. He's just not. Pettersson, 50 and 60. That's not bad. And then on the right, Brock Besser putting up more assists than goals. It's pretty disappointing. So clearly we need to find that go-to for Petey. Second line, Kerfoot, not doing much as a playmaker, let's be honest. Mercer, 35 points isn't too bad, given some of the struggles. Lekiramaki also, though, putting up more assists than goals. 20 points for Höglander. Ratu has been a non-factor, unfortunately. Connor Garland, 35 points with the power play times. Pretty good. Baines, 13 points, 9 for Pekka. And Zach McEwen has 11 goals. I actually hadn't seen that. He's scored as many goals as Lekiramaki. Figure that one out. Pettersson, 19 points, -2. 20 points for Nemitz isn't too bad. Voinov, -11. He is up, though, to a top 4 defenseman. He's an 84 overall now already, which is great. Hronek, 22 points, 15 for Siliev, and 16 for Willander, so that's not too bad. And then for the goalies, Demko, a 917 and a 905 for Kevin Lankinen. So not too much to change, right? No real reason to add to this team. We could move on from Kerfoot, although it depends on if he's really worth anything, because I don't think we really have another playmaker outside of like Viggo Bjork if we wanted to give him a chance, or even Joseph Willis just to get somebody else up there. But the biggest question is, what will the contract demands be for some of these guys on expiring deals? Starting with Mercer, who is an RFA. He's got 1 year left of eligibility, and the guy's going to want $7+ million, which we can give to him. What's Lekiramaki looking for already? 2.6. Okay. I mean, again, we have a lot of cap room for a reason. We are going to try to weaponize it in the future. I think with Mercer, it's at least worth seeing what offers we could get for him before determining if we're moving on from him. Obviously, it's not a great look when you deal your franchise player and then someone that you get back in the deal is gone before you know it. The Bruins did that in the the Joe Thornton trade back in the day. Not a good look. Although I'd like to think we did a little bit better than that in this particular deal. So no real desire to add to this team. The question is, who can we move? If I can move Volokin, I'm going to do it just because I don't want him. And 7th rounder to Carolina, fine by me. It's a 7th rounder we wouldn't have had otherwise. Defensively, as mentioned, pretty much nothing is changing here. I mean, we're good. There's nothing to do. Right wing side. Besser, Garland, again, nobody's moving, but that is where we find Dawson Mercer. 2/3 and Nathan Gaucher. Ugh. Nilsson, a third and a fourth. A third, a fourth. Sean Corrali. No, thank you. Connor Clifton apparently ended up back with the Bruins. We're willing to offer just about anything and everything. Dare I say Middlestat's interesting, just because of play type, but he's on an expiring contract. Morgan Frost, Igor Sharangovich. I can't even get an offer. I was going to say for a 2nd rounder, and there it is, from Carolina, of course. 2nd rounder in Ryabkin. 2nd and a 5th. Again, we are under no pressure to deal Dawson Mercer here. And the fact that the best I can do is a 2nd and a 3rd, or a different medium top 6 prospect, who's probably not all that highly rated. I mean, I'd be intrigued, I think, if there was a 1st rounder. Like Spence and a 3rd isn't too bad. 2nd and a 6th. I think we hold on to Mercer. If that's what's being asked, I think we can hold on to him at this stage. Left wing side. Hoaglander's going to stay. Is it worth it to deal Kerfoot? 2/4. 2nd rounder from Montreal is pretty tough to pass up for a rental, 3rd and a 4th from New Jersey. 2nd rounder from the Rangers. It was a 2nd and McConnell Barker or a 2nd and Thorpe. I don't know anything about Thorpe. Who is this guy? I got to be honest. I do not know who the hell you are. Tyler Thorpe, 2024 5th rounder. Power forward. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go back over. I mean, we're definitely dealing Kerfoot if we can get a 2nd round pick for him. Otherwise, it's McConnell Barker, whose contract is expiring. I think he's also a power forward, isn't he? No, he's a 2-way. Former 3rd round pick. I'll take the deal with Montreal. Like I said, I try to leave as many teams good prospects where they, should be for now. But it's a 5th round pick in Thorpe. That's not a huge deal. So we'll send Alex Kerfoot to Montreal. But I do want to retain salary on Kerfoot. Just because, as you saw, we were above the cap floor, but not by a ton. So it kind of makes sense to hold on to a little bit of cap for Kerfoot, and we'll see if we can even add a 6th rounder in there just to sweeten it a little bit. Nope. All right, just straight up. There you go. Alex Kerfoot fetches us a 2nd round pick. Not a bad bit of business there. And aside from that, that's about all we're doing, because Baines isn't worth much. Pekka's not going to be worth anything. We're still probably going to give Ratu further chances, but might not be the best situation. But yeah, that is the move, basically, is moving on from Kerfoot. We'll hold on to Mercer because we can. Potentially moving him at the draft if the right deal comes along. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I sell at the deadline, I end up making the playoffs. Apparently, Alex Kerfoot was the problem. Your Vancouver Canucks have clinched a playoff spot after beating the San Jose Sharks. We managed to catch them, we managed to surpass them, and we will be playing the Colorado Avalanche in the 1st round. My God, this series could be an email. This is about to be brutal. Apparently Joseph Willis is a cheat code. I don't know. These were the lines. That was the only change. Is well, that's not true. We dropped Besser down to the 2nd line, and then obviously Willis in to replace Kerfoot. Defense stayed the same. I don't understand. I really do not. Elias Pettersson led this team with 72 points. Besser finishes with 58. Lekkerimäki just 13 goals. Mercer on 19. DeBrusk breaks 20. Baines, Pekka outscored Ratu, which is nuts. McEwen scored 16 goals and outscored Jonathan Lekkerimäki, which is disgusting. And then Joe Willis, 10 points in 20 games is actually pretty good. So not bad, kid, not bad. Defensively, Hronek 39 points. Now see, we didn't have Quinn Hughes, but we did have defensive scoring by committee. Everybody had at least 24 points, which is incredibly stellar. And then goaltending-wise, Demko and Lankinen were both good. I mean, they'll shit the bed in the playoffs. That's what they do. But they are both good. Around the league, 91 points was enough to win the scoring title, or at least be in a three-way tie for it. I don't understand this, the sim engine this year. I really don't. Incredibly low, apparently, yet still 45 goals for Kaprizov, which, okay. Defensively, Quinn Hughes, 74 points, outscored by a fair amount of people, was also a minus 18 for the Devils. I mean, he had 86 for us last year. I was not expecting him to decline. He has also not signed an extension that we know of. Then for the goalies, the winningest is Aiden Hill. Shutout leader is Lukas Dostal. And the save percentage king for starters, Stolars, Montembeault. Just save percentages were way up this year. What the hell? For the rookies, 51 points for Rutger McGroarty. Should win him the Calder over the likes of Matthew Savoy. Savoy. I heard Savoy, and then it was Savoy, and then it was Savoy again. Now it's Savoy again. Lekkerimäki's going to finish third. If not, technically, he'd probably get second place votes if it did it that way. Over the likes of Gavin McKenna and company. Nicholas Kolko, also pretty good for Seattle, but it's a pain in the ass to try to get a Calder winner in goal. So we know who we're taking on. It is the Colorado Avalanche in the first round, as we'll head to the central side of the brackets. They only won 5 more games than we did, but yeah, no reason really for optimism here. We are going to leave these lines exactly as is until death do us part. And, well, hey, at least the AHL is looking pretty good. I don't know what the status is of Abbotsford, but a lot of these guys are looking okay from an overall perspective. We're going to have even more dudes pushing for a spot on this team next year. What the fuck? Anaheim? Oh, it's Kreider. Okay. I was going to say, why the hell do you have an Elite X Factor? But it is Kreider. Speaking of Elite X Factors, the Colorado Avalanche, featuring Valeri Nichushkin, Nathan MacKinnon, and Martin Necas, Arturi Lehkonen, Brock Nelson, and wouldn't you know it, Kiefer Sherwood. Third line is Landeskog, Parker Kelly, and Logan O'Connor. Craig Smith, Gavin Brindley, Ross Colton make up the fourth line. Defense is Taves and Makar, Josh Manson with Sam Girard, Sean Behrens and Brent Burns, goaltender Mackenzie Blackwood with Wedgwood as the backup. Yeah, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. If we win this series, it's an indictment on this video game. Honestly, we have no business even being here, let alone being competitive here. And we're down 3-1 at the end of the first period. At least Brock Besser scored. Easy for me to say. Second period, it's now 6-1. And a 7-1 final score. That's about how many games we would win. 1 out of 7. If this were to go through a full series, we might not even win 1. McKinnon just does Nathan MacKinnon things, and that's that. Cool. Like I said, this series could have been an email. This is going to be very bad. We saw Demko's struggles in the playoffs last year. I mean, come on. Against Colorado, like, we're boned. Absolutely boned. Game number 2. Number 2. First period is goalless. Second period is not. 2 goals apiece. Pettersson and Pekkerson. We'll workshop that one. Third period, we are going to overtime, in which the Vancouver Canucks have won the game. Brock Besser, power play overtime hero. I said we'd win at least a game. There we go. Demko was great. That's what he does. He's good, then he's terrible, then he's good, then he's terrible. I don't know why that's the case, but it is. And, hey, we won a game. In Colorado, no less. Not that home ice advantage means anything in this game. Can we please have a system? Number one, can we have a goalie energy system? That would be great. Thank you. You know how MLB has it for starting pitchers? Yeah, do it in this. Thank you. Secondly, can we please have home ice mean something? Whether or not it's like, oh, you're at home ice, everyone gets a +1 to all attributes. I don't care. Make home ice mean something. Whether I'm simming, playing, it doesn't matter. Make it mean something. Thank you. We go to game number 3. The Aquilinis will be happy. Our first of 2 home games. First period, Kiramaki and Ratu, not bad. Second period, we had another one with Arshdeep Bains. Third period, oh my God, Thatcher Demko, 43 save shutout. What happened to the Demko we saw last postseason? Good Lord. Thatcher Demko playing like a man possessed, and we are actually leading the Avalanche 2-1. Okay, we traded Quinn Hughes. Let's just go ahead, mess around, and win ourselves a Stanley Cup. It'll be fine. Game 4. Let's see what happens. First period is goalless. Second period is not. We have a 3-1 lead. Garland, Besser, and Lekkerimäki. Third period, the Vancouver Canucks are up 3-1 on the Colorado Avalanche. Thatcher Demko, I guess it's an on year because last year was certainly an off year. Okay, sure. We don't deserve this at all, and if anything, it's only costing us better draft position, which isn't great. I'm unhappy that we're winning here. First period of game number 5, Pekka scores for us again. Second period, Mercer and Pettersson. And with that, the Vancouver Canucks have eliminated the Colorado Avalanche in 5 games. I mean, there's no such thing as a favorite that's guaranteed to win. We saw that with Tampa against Columbus in 2019. But, come on, man. We shouldn't be here. It's detrimental that we're even here. We eliminate the Avs in 5 games. Elias Pettersson was outstanding. I mean, really, everybody. Shout out to Lekkerimäki. Shout out to frickin' Matthew Pekka. What the hell, man? Every single player in the series had at least a point, which is bizarre. Defensively, well, at least every single forward. Villander and Siliev didn't have points. Pettersson was great, though. 4 points in 5 games. Quinn who? Thatcher Demko, a .935 save percentage. Explain this to me. Like, seriously, explain this. I beg you. I beg of you to explain that. We are off to the second round. We don't know who it will be against yet. It is either Minnesota or the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, what more can I even say? Winning a series that we had no business winning. We had no business being in the playoffs. 7 games to decide our opponent in round number 2, and the answer is Minnesota. All right, the 48-win Wild stand in our way next. Please eliminate me. I want a better draft pick. Wild with Kirill Kaprizov, Yoel Eriksson Ek, and Matt Boldy, Ryan Hartman, Marco Rossi, and Scott Lawton, Marcus Foligno, Eric Holla, and Danila Yurov, Anthony Mantha, Colton Sissons, and Liam Ogren. Scott Lawton and Anthony Mantha really feel like proper members in the Minnesota Wild. You know what I mean? Defensively, Jonas Brodin and Brock Faber, Jared Spurgeon, and I know it's Spurgeon. It's a Don Cherry joke. Jacob Middleton's mustache is with him. And then Zeev Bouillon with David Jiricek. Goaltenders, Gustafsson. Although in real life, my God, it would probably be Wallstead. He has been unreal. Victor Arvidsson, JVR, and Evgeny Dodonov. Or if you are a 2BC fan, I can't yell Dadonov at the top of my lungs. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't disturb the pets. Game number 1 of the second round series. How are we here? First period, Minnesota strikes first, Jonas Brodin. Second period, it's a goal apiece. For us, it's Brock Besser. And in the third, well, it's a bunch of goals, and we're going to overtime. Besser, Pettersson, and the greatest of all time, Matthew Pekka. In overtime, Minnesota wins it, courtesy of Anthony Mantha. So a 5-4 final as Thatcher Demko immediately turns back into a pumpkin, allowing 5 goals. Elise Besser had a really, really good game. Nice to see the captain deliver like that. Oh, Thatcher. Thatcher. Game number 2, first period, 3-0. I fucking hate Thatcher Demko, man. He, like, back in the day, we're talking, like, around the first couple years this channel started, like, he was our go-to goalie in every franchise mode. I feel like he was typically good. Maybe he wasn't. And now just in this game, he is a nightmare. DeBrusk gets a goal back. It was 4-0. We got a couple more in the third, Mercer and Willander, but it is not enough. The old Wielander. 5-3, the final score. Minnesota defends home ice, and they take a 2-0 series lead. Right. 10 goals allowed in 2 games, no less, by Thatcher Demko. I mean, we might as well see if Lankinen has a better shot against the Wild, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? But, I mean, 10 goals against in 2 games, we cannot possibly put up with that. So, game number 3. We'll see if Lankinen's even worse. First period, Minnesota strikes first. Second period, we get a goal back, Niels Höglander. Third period, and how do you like that? Philip Hronek gets the winner and a 29-30 performance for Kevin Lankinen. Not the worst idea to turn to the backup there. Gustafsson's still having a really, or Gustafsson, whatever you prefer, having a really good series to this point. I mean, at least in comparison to Thatcher Demko. But yeah, no, Kevin Lankinen, at least for the moment, has stolen the crease from Thatcher Demko. Maybe just a better matchup for the Wild than Demko happens to be. Game number 4. First period, 1-1. It is Rossi and Pekka. Second period, we score again. It's Lekkerimäki, but not before Minnesota scores 2. Third period, we tie it with Pettersson. And in overtime, we win it. Joe Willis. Matthew Pekka and Joe Willis. Matthew Pekka and Joe Willis. Pushing us to glory. Who'd have thought we go to game 5 in a tied series? The home team has not lost a game yet. Goodness. Get Kevin Lankinen back in there. We'll see what he can do on the road. He was great at home. Yeah, Demko has definitely lost the crease. Game 5, let's do it. Let's do it. First period, 2-0 Wild. Second period, 2-2, Ratu and Nemitz. Third period, the Vancouver Canucks. Matthew Pekka. The Vancouver Canucks are 1 win away from the Western Conference Final. Shout out to Kevin Lankinen. And shout out to the greatest of all time, Matthew Pekka. Okay. Sure. It's fine. It makes so much sense, doesn't it? God, our draft pick. Lankinen is back in for the 4th straight game as we look to eliminate the Wild. Game 6, first period, 1-0 Minnesota. Second period, 3-0 Minnesota. Third period, the Minnesota Wild are not done yet. It is a 28-save shutout. Game 7 is on the horizon. Oh boy, I mean, we can't even blame Lankinen for that one. We just couldn't score. Could not score. The winner of this will play the winner of Game 7 between Vegas and LA. Montreal and Tampa also play a Game 7. Carolina has already punched their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll see if they can win more than one game once they are there. Lankinen gets the chance. If we go to the conference final, Demko will be given another opportunity. But for now, let's just run it. Game 7, we shouldn't even be here. First period, 2-0 Wild, Urhoff and Eriksson Ek. Second period, still 2-0. Third period, the Minnesota Wild, down 3-2 in the series, shut out Vancouver in Game 6 and 7 to win the series. So all of this was for nothing. I guess you could say the positive outlook is saying, oh my God, you got rid of Quinn Hughes, traded Kerfoot at the deadline, and what you had left was still good enough to make it to within one game of the Western Conference Final. The other way to look at this is being like, well, that was a complete waste because you just missed out on a bigger draft pick, And if you were going to win one round, you might as well have won all 4. At least we know Matthew Pekka is goated. And he's probably coming back as a 4th liner, perhaps. I mean, it's at least worth a thought. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Connor Garland, who only had 3 points. That's incredibly disappointing for him. Like, you should not be getting outscored by Pekka. Pekka should not have more goals than you have points. So you disappointed immensely. Defensively, again, pretty much by committee. I mean, it wasn't as impactful, but not too upset with the shape of that defense right now. And obviously Kevin Lankinen, in those final games of that series, or really basically the whole series, he played really well. Demko, though, just continues to be so incredibly inconsistent. Game 1 against Colorado, and then games 1 and 2 against Minnesota, just a disaster. So yeah, it depends on how you look at it. The positive outlook, the positive viewpoint to the fact that we lost in the second round in 7 games. There's the negative viewpoint as well. I don't really know if there's a middle ground to be had there on how we feel about that, but ultimately, we'll take it. The Carolina Hurricanes did, in fact, go far. They won the whole damn thing, as the Toronto Marlies have won the Calder Cup. Carolina going to the finals, beating the Kings in 7 games. The Hurricanes back on top of the mountain for the first time since 2006. And, and Max Sasson just won a Calder Cup, apparently. In terms of those who will be happy that a deal was made, anybody? I mean, no. Who did they trade to Carolina? I guess he was in the AHL. That makes sense. Who was on the Marlies winning team? I'm intrigued by that. Who was on the Marlies winning team? Because we saw Max Sasson, Nylander, Pezzetta, Bo Gru. Defensively, Victor Johansson, Phil Myers. I mean, back in the AHL where he belongs. Am I right, Leafs fans? Yeah. Your award winners. Why not start off in the AHL? Kevin He is him for the Bakersfield Condors. Scored the most points. Nico Sturm was league MVP. Yakov Trenin, top goal scorer. Kevin He, top rookie. Sam Dickinson, the best defenseman. Dylan Garand, top goaltender. And Phil Kessel just won the Calder Cup with the Toronto Marlies. Outstanding. Art Ross Trophy this year goes to Kaprizov, as does the Hart. Cale Makar wins another Norris. Calder does go to Rucker McGroarty. Keandre Miller wins the Conn Smythe. Well done. Sam Montembeault, the Vezina. Travis Green won the Jack Adams. Selke Trophy to Austin Matthews. Kaprizov wins the Ted Lindsay Award. And, of course, was up there for the Rocket Richard as well. So it was the year of Kirill Kaprizov up until the Western Conference Finals, where Minnesota said no. And, Carolina wins it in the end. But to quickly take a look here, some really good development from someone like Ulrichsen. Lekiramaki's now a legit second line forward, which is great. Big improvement for Voinov this year. Bjork is going to be right there contending for a spot at the beginning of next season. Willander's made the jump up to a top 4 defenseman, so that already guarantees you that some things are going to have to change, because we're probably not going to be able to properly balance these two and their development, meaning we might have to choose. We'll see what happens on that front. But yeah, let's get to the draft. Why not? And see what we are dealing with here. Obviously, no longer with a lottery pick. The New York Rangers, courtesy of the New Jersey Devils, have won the lottery, moving up from 8-1. That is absolutely absurd. Good Lord. Player retirements. Kopitar is gone. Well, a year later than he was in real life. Corey Perry retires as a Bruin. That would be interesting. Brent Burns is gone. We retired Brent Burns. I don't feel great about that. I got to be honest. Don't feel great about that. That's okay, though. It happened. Corey Perry and Brendan Smith are not. I swear to God, I thought that said Corey Perry was becoming a coach. That would have been very interesting. So to the draft we go. No chance to move up within the top 3, but maybe Dallas at number 4. Let's take a look at what we have here. We have the 18th overall pick and then a bunch of seconds. And a reminder about the, about the Devils. I could have sworn we had that extra first, but we did not. I lied. Never mind. For the goaltenders, again, nothing is going to change, at least for now. Maybe Demko gets moved in the future, but it won't be this soon. We're just going to deal with that contract. Defensively, Again, Nemitz or Willander are going to have to go. Nemitz still has the contract. All these guys do. So we do not have to make that decision right here and right now. We can wait until the start of next season to see player development before we trade anybody. Like, yes, if we were to deal Tom now, which I don't really want to because he's an actual Canucks prospect, we could get a first-round pick, but it's a lower first-round pick, So I don't know. Then again, the 20th from Winnipeg, but dealing him to Winnipeg sounds a bit sketchy. So I don't really want to make that decision at this very moment. I might. I'm going to keep it in mind that, hey, something could happen here. Minio is a medium 6. That's not bad. I wanted to see if anybody there had any trade value. The answer is not really. Right wing side. Again, Besser, Lakiramaki will have to be signed. Mercer, RFA. He's not going anywhere at the moment. He's actually worth less now than what he was before. Left wing side, DeBrusk, Höglander. We are heading into the last year of Nils Höglander's contract. Could be the right time to move on from him. Maybe. What are the deals that are out there? Third rounder at best. I think we probably keep him if a third rounder is the best that we're going to do. I mean, the third rounder could be very useful, but having Höglander on the third line, not a bad player at all to have there. I mean, I guess you could find someone with a bit more shot blocking, a bit more physicality, but he can chip in offensively too. And then down the middle, of course, Bjork should be ready soon. Hopefully Coots will be a little bit closer to being ready. Yeah, the only big thing would just be, hey, is there a defenseman that we want to move right now? And I don't think the answer to that is yes. So I don't really know if there's going to be a big deal that we can make with Dallas or with anybody for that matter. Let's actually have the Rangers pick go through here. And they get Landon DuPont, which is insane. Let's go talk to Dallas. Is there anything we can do here for that 4th overall pick? Voinov, Sharov, a 3rd, and Ratu Pure. Yeah, I mean, that's the type of value we would have to utilize to get that 4th round or 4th overall pick, excuse me. I don't see that happening, right? I mean, it would be Willander and Nemitz at this point. Oh, who would be available with that 4th overall pick then? Because you have Joseph, who's going to go next, Jaden Chow, Callie Oduya, Carson Redden for some generated dudes, and then you have other guys further down. Chow's NHL ready, Oduya's NHL ready. All these guys are NHL ready. So if that many dudes are NHL ready, including Max Penkin, who's only a medium elite, though. Brock Cripps is a year out. Cameron Altschuler, as far down as 14th, has a guaranteed NHL-ready player who's being compared to Jean Beliveau, for God's sakes. So we don't have to trade up that high. Yes, we do, because nobody else really wants to do anything. God, did we pay the extra to get that guy around 14? Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to do anything here. Again, 4th overall would be great. The alternative is, again, like talk to Nashville or San Jose, and you still see how much that's worth, and you know it's worth more because they don't want to deal it. You're still talking about using Nemitz for that, which, I mean, could be done, but it's not great. So if something changes, we'll hop back in, but we might be seeing you guys in the preseason there. I mean, unless anything major happens at free agency as well, which typically it doesn't, which is why we were kind of skipping far ahead previously. Ooh, I'm back with no webcam because it's just technical issues. It's great. I was going to stop recording and then a trade popped up. And yeah, now we have the 14th overall pick. That is what I am trying to tell you. We traded the 18th overall selection, a couple of 3rds, and a couple of prospects to get the 14th overall pick from Philadelphia. A look at how this draft has gone so far. Of course, you saw the DuPont was there. Of course, Alexei Joseph was gone as well. But you see how good some of these guys are. And then it's the question of like, oh, well, would it have been worth trading up earlier? But of course, we know we don't have to because Cameron Altshuler is here. He looks insane. He's also a playmaker, which we desperately need for the top six. He is perfect for us right now, and he is our selection. 80 overall, medium elite, absolutely fleecing everybody else. He is probably going to get a chance immediately at the NHL level. Again, we did give up the 18th overall pick. I'm tempted to say, hey, maybe should we have done the fourth rounder again? Even someone like Matthias Janssen could be good, but I'm not entirely certain. So I don't think we're going to make any other moves now aside from that for obvious reasons. Maybe not so obvious reasons, of course, just not wanting to make that deal for a defenseman yet. The only thing I'm worried about is just what if I don't get offered a first-round pick later on for not moving them? But I think we'll be able to make it work. It should be okay. I hope. Please. Season 3 with your Canucks is here. And I say your Canucks because, shockingly, the team has stayed pretty similar. Let me show you kind of everything that's gone down here. I know some people still prefer to see what we do in the offseason, but a lot of it's just re-signing people and working out the numbers. This is the team for this season. Of course, I say that as if I'm not also a nerd for figuring things out and working out the numbers. I digress. Jake DeBrusk, Elias Pettersson, Jonathan Lekkerimäki will be the top line this season, with the second line being Brock Besser, Dawson Mercer, who is back on a one-year deal, $7.5 million. We got to see what he's capable of. If he's not really capable of being the guy that we need him to be, we'll probably move him at the deadline. And Cameron Altshuler, who we picked up 14th overall, is making this team right out of the gates. He's exactly what we needed. And you got to figure, if we were running with someone like Kerfoot on the top six in the second line spot last year, Altshuler can't really do that much worse, I'd guess. Third line is Höglander. Ratu is he's just kind of there, unfortunately, and Connor Garland, and a fourth line of Paul Cotter, Casey Cizikas, and Vilmer Ulrichsen, who has made this team a fourth-round pick of the Canucks in 2023. So, you can kind of see what we're going for here still. But the big news is defensively, as all six of these guys have actually managed to make the team and stay. It's really surprising to me. Sergei Voinov, Simon Nemitz, of course, still here as well. Philip Hronek with Marcus Pettersson. And then Anton Silyev and Tom Wielander have both stayed. They were showing up as top four at one point. Now they're top six. The reason why I feel like that's important is because I feel like players do develop a little bit better when you play them within their role. Sometimes if someone is like a Connor Garland and I'm playing him on the third line, keep him happy with power play and PK time, it's not working as well as it used to. I can show you, actually. His morale is, actually, it's higher now. But, current morale, it's mid-bar at best, just because of where he's been playing for the most part. So, I try, especially with younger players who are still developing, to play them where they're supposed to be, as defined by the game. And, hey, it worked out that they're both 83 overall, but still third-pairing defensemen. So we were able to keep this defense the same for this season. And of course, the goaltending with Demko and Lankinen still there, still the same. We also have Noel Acciari as a healthy scratch, just in case someone like Cizikas falls apart. In the AHL, we do have some prospects that we're working with. Of course, Zykov is still here. Volkov still here. Vigo Bjork is very close to being ready for the NHL level. Donald Sylvester, we picked this guy up in the second round this year, so he's not looking too bad. Braden Coots still there, hasn't quite made it, as well as Anthony Romani, and then of course you'll notice familiar names like Willis down there. Pekka, still around, can't possibly get rid of him before the playoffs. And then defensively, Ilya Sharov still around, he's getting close to being NHL ready. Hawkinson still here. Kudryavtsev very close as well to being NHL ready. In goal, big changes here. Alexei Medvedev is up from junior, and we also drafted Nathaniel Chizik. I think it's Chizik, it might be Chizik, but we picked him up in the second round this year as well. So in case Demko is not the guy, we have a couple of shots at finding the guy who is next for us in goal. Now, I know what you're going to be asking. What about a certain Quinn Hughes? Well, we'll talk about him in 1 second, just to show you, of course, in case there was anybody else in terms of contracts. I don't think there was. Nemitz signed 3 years, $4.5 million. I don't think there was anybody else that had a new contract. Lekkerimäki, $4.9 million for 3 years to keep that RFA status. Aside from that, I think we were okay. Cotter's getting paid 2.2, but look how much cap space we still have left open, right? So the question of Quinn Hughes. Well, I'll tell you, the New Jersey Devils did not keep him. He was a free agent who was looking for 17 mil. So even we could not afford him. But somebody could. The New York Islanders have paid Quinn Hughes and paid him very well. $20.52 million per season for the next 7 years. Oh my God. With the full no movement clause. We could have paid Quinn Hughes that amount of money. I don't know if it would have been the best idea. But yeah, Quinn Hughes is off to the Islanders. So, I mean, needless to say, right, we fleeced the Devils. They didn't win in the time that they had Quinn Hughes. And even if we don't end up keeping Dawson Mercer, the moves we've been able to make to revitalize this team with some younger talent. Didn't mean to talk to Adam Foote here, but shout out to Adam Foote. The moves we've been able to make to revitalize this team have worked out really well. And now all of a sudden the Devils are left with nothing. And in case you're wondering what their lines look like, especially now that someone like Mercer is not in the mix, I won't say that they're a bad team, because they're certainly not. But, you know, you have some filler players, right? Connor Brown, Brendan Brisson, Victor Olofsson in their top six. I mean, they are definitely missing Dawson Mercer. Defensively, they're still fine, right? I mean, they maintain the top four that they had to begin with. They're doing just fine. But yeah, they've definitely taken a bit of a hit because of that. Actually, I wanted to see what the Islanders were playing Quinn Hughes. They've taken a bit of a hit because they weren't able to re-sign him. And of course, the Islanders, it's funny as hell, right? Well, not if you're a Canucks fan, but they end up with Bo Horvat. And now, of course, in this timeline, also ending up with Quinn Hughes, who was on their top line with Ryan Pulock. So, Matthew Schaefer, though. Third pair, Matt Schaefer. Not Romanoff. No, Schaefer. Not Mayfield, with Isaiah George being on his proper left-hand side. No. Matthew Schaefer, third pair. Gotta love the AI. You don't, actually. That's sarcasm. 26 and 6. Perfectly balanced. I mean, almost, at the very least. For the Vancouver Canucks this season, we are 7 points behind Calgary with 3 games at hand, so we're not totally out of the playoff picture, but things could obviously be looking better for us. Taking a look at the team, I want to start off with the goaltending. Lankinen has been really solid. Demko, not so much. He's got 2 years left, no clauses. If we move him, I'll probably move him at the draft. It kind of depends on what happens with the likes of Medvedev. Lankinen's not going to be going anywhere. We're going to stay loyal to that particular contract. Defensively, as we go in reverse order here, Sergei Voinov is outstanding. He's a goal-scoring machine, despite only having a 3.5-star shooting category. So figure that one out. Simon Nemec, honestly, not bad. Right? I mean, especially, too, for $4.5 million. Like, we're good. I don't think we have to get rid of him right now either. Pedersen, not too bad. Not too great. Same with Hronek. And then third pairing, Siliev is up to a top 4 defenseman. So is Wilander. And that's where Nemec, you know, maybe it would make sense. But now that we know for sure, in terms of what the situation is here with these defensemen, we're going to have to make a decision at some point. Siliev probably goes. Nemec probably goes. I think we'll stay loyal to Wilander, honestly. Wilander, I'm going to go back and forth between the two because I don't care. Offensively, Jake DeBrusk. Okay. 19 goals is all right, but it's not great. Let's be honest. He's ideally not a top-line player, right? Ideally not. Pedersen is doing what he can on 56 points, nearly a point per game. Lekkerimäki, he's not the guy either. Sniper, good shooting category, 10 goals. Like, he's just not the guy in terms of that high-end sniper. Altschuler has 8 more goals than him, and he is allegedly a playmaker. Mercer, just not the guy. We have all these guys that are snipers, but they don't score goals. Brock Besser, currently on 20. So It's tough to say where we go from here exactly. 18 points for Höglander, but a minus 11. It's the last year of his deal. He might be on the outs. Ratu, not a big point guy, not crushing it defensively. He's got a little bit of time left, but he could probably go. Garland is pissed that he's on the third line. I don't blame him. It's the last year of his deal before those clauses kick in, which is kind of nuts. I don't know if those modified no trades are supposed to be 1 year or not. I'm not even sure. But yeah, Garland either has to go or could or could just be bumped up. I mean, I don't necessarily like having two-way players in the top six, but we might not have much of a choice here. I'm actually just double checking that that contract for Connor Garland, and yeah, that's the extension. Yeah, I think we must have input the wrong terms, which we did. But yeah, that no movement clause. He was supposed to have a no movement clause this year too. We'll have to double check that before the next update. But yeah, Paul Cotter, 15 points. Like he's doing fine for the fourth line. Cizikas is dropping a bit, but he hasn't been that bad. Ulriksson's actually been decent, has 9 goals. So I think again we're probably looking at saying, okay, who's actually the future of this team? We know Viggo Bjork is that guy. Oh my God. We could certainly call him up right now, although he might benefit from staying in the AHL just a little bit longer. So let's go to this trade deadline, see what our options are, and we'll take it from there. Honestly, we are probably going to keep Connor Garland, given that his actual deal should have had a no movement clause for this year. Like I said, I like to stay loyal to the contracts. It's not the most fun for me to just be like, yep, this contract sucks. Let's immediately get rid of it. Where's the fun in that? You got to deal with the problems you inherit from another GM on occasion. So we're definitely not looking to add at this deadline. It's mostly defensemen, mostly older defensemen. That's simply not going to happen. Again, if we're going to move Demko, which we could, I think the best time to do it is at the draft, entering the last year of his deal, because that way we'll know for sure exactly what we're getting in terms of like a draft pick back or something like that. Defensively, again, certain changes are going to have to happen. Sharov is also now a top 6 defenseman. Damn. And then we got a bunch of depth defensemen. Well, a bunch. There's 3 of them, and Joel Hanley's just a filler signing for this year. We'll come back to the defense. Right wing side. I mean, we signed Lakiramaki to that deal, but man, he is just not it. He really isn't. What is the play? I think first and foremost, Dawson Mercer's going. He is supposed to be a sniper. He's been in our top 6. He's been playing with Brock Besser, and he is just not putting up the points we need him to put up. He's not taking the shots we need him to take. So it was a decent bet in that Devils deal. It just hasn't worked out. I feel like in real life he'd work out a bit better. God, he is not worth a ton either. What's the top draft pick we could get back? It might be a 3rd rounder, 2nd rounder from the Rangers. Again, I would prefer picks. 2nd rounder from the Leafs. You know what? Let's give another former Devil to a New York-based team. Dawson Mercer is going to be heading to the Rangers, although I do want to retain salary on him because we are flirting with being way too low towards the cap floor, and this way too we might be able to add a little bit more back. So Dawson, we gave you a chance. It wasn't a good fit. We'll see if we can get that 3rd rounder also from the Rangers. That's not enough apparently. How about a 6th rounder? Just give me something else. 7th rounder, just give me something else for the retained salary. Thank you. So Dawson Mercer on his way to the Rangers. God, so Viggo Bjork is ready. Coots is almost ready. Do we move on from Ratu? Can I get anything from Nola Chari, since I don't think he's going to be playing at all? Yeah, I mean, even a 4th round pick for a guy who hasn't been playing this year that was a depth signing, it's fine by me. Apparently, we could get Joe Iginla. But, again, I'd rather have the draft picks right now. Let's see. Can we send Achari to, I don't know, Pittsburgh or anything like that? No, we can't. Have fun in Buffalo. No, I'm so sorry. Have fun in Buffalo. I'm hoping that they're still bad. Ratu might have to go. He might have to go. And then left wing side. Oh, boy. Okay, I said we were going to go back to the defense, and we are. When we talk about this defense right here, Pettersson's locked in, but he can play either side. Voinov ideally is locked in. Sharov needs the call-up. So Silyev and Nemec were the guys that we also picked up in that freaking Hughes deal, right? Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Because it could be Voinov, Villander, Pettersson, Hronik. Call up Sharov, play him with Kudryavtsev, or however the hell you pronounce it. That might be the deal. That might be the deal. Because again, Pettersson and Hronik aren't going anywhere. And if I can stick with a prospect that's working, I'd prefer to. Nemec, where can you go? And for what? If we wait until the draft, we'll get a better return. Unless we think we could flip Sean Durzi, which scares me. A second, a third, and Capo Caco. Maverick Lamoureux. I mean, Lamoureux doesn't really solve anything. Do I want to risk getting stuck with Durzi or Caco and not being able to flip them? I also don't think they're going to be worth that much. Oh, but we don't really have time to necessarily potentially piss off Nemec. Like, Sharov's been okay playing in the AHL. He's been okay. What would the deal be for Silyev? Petrano, Durzi. Yeah, the AI just hate trading their first round picks at the at the deadline. So unless it's somebody on an expiring deal, we'll wait. We'll just wait, and hopefully people don't get mad. Hopefully their development doesn't get stunted. It really is kind of the best way to go. And if Villander ends up getting traded, I mean, he's an RFA, so that's not that bad. Okay. So right wing side. God, what are we going to do? Look, Hiramaki. He's still 23, but damn, man, put up some points. Put up some points, please. I'm begging you. Some goals, specifically. If we're going to trade him, let's do it at the deadline, or at the draft, I should say, because the deadline is just not ideal. Yeah, Ryan Pulock 1-for-1. Just, no, that's not happening. This is why we typically do lock in our team. If we can get anything for Höglander, though, we should do it. I don't want to get rid of him, but he's a third pair guy for us, a third line guy for us. That's it. Third and a fifth from Dallas, a third by way of Chicago, a second from we cannot pass up a second round pick for a third line guy. Höglander, going to be going to Vegas. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. And again, we'll look to retain salary here, try to add just a little bit back into the deal. And we'll take it from there. So can we get that seventh? There we go. All right. Höglander is out for the second round pick. Anything else to do here? Volkov's value is through the roof right now. I'm worried that might drop before the draft. But we got no choice because I'm not taking Ryan Pulock. Okay. Paul Cotter. I mean, he's a good player, but he's a rental for this year. Can I get anything for him? Couple third rounders. Do I see a second rounder anywhere? No. Oh, who do we want to bank on being bad? Winnipeg. I don't know. We've made deals with all those other teams that were listed there, basically, so far. So again, we will retain just to make sure we don't have to worry about the cap floor. Can I get an extra seventh rounder for this? No. So, shit. It'll be just the third round pick for Paul Cotter. He's off to Winnipeg. This will give us a chance as well to call up some people, too, for the back half of the season. And then for centers, Bjork was showing up as an 84. He's down to an 82 already, so that's got to be a morale thing. Sturm. I mean, if we can get anything for Nico Sturm, he's been in the AHL. If not, we'll call him up. Again, third round pick for a dude who's been in the AHL. We have no reason not to take that. We'll send him back to the Avalanche. We're not going to be able to retain anymore either, so I should just take this deal. At least I don't think we'll be able to retain anymore. So Nico Sturm, off to Colorado. What else can we get? It's clear that we're not like this decisive playoff team. Oh, Ratu. I mean, we might as well keep him, you know? He's not going to be anything too crazy for us, but yeah, I mean, what's the return? A 4th-round pick, a 3rd-round pick. Even if it's a low 3rd, it's probably better than what we're dealing with. We are going to send Ratu to the Florida Panthers. We'll blow up that 3rd line, which isn't contributing much anyway. Best to cash out on Ratu now. He's not going to be worth a 3rd-round pick. I mean, shortly, really. Nobody wants anything to do with Casey Cizikas. Can we get rid of Valentenko? No, we can't. Dervin can stay. Fitzgerald can stay. Coots will probably get the call up now. Anybody else? I mean, Zekov, if he's worth anything, now's a good time. He's not. Maybe even Pekka will get the call up at this stage. I think we have torn it down about as well as we can. Yes, I mean, Zach McEwen's not going to be worth anything. We'll definitely have some other moves heading into the draft. Again, someone like Demko could certainly be on the outs. But all in all, I don't think that was a bad way to go about it. Get rid of some bits and pieces of this team, see who we can call up. You know, it sucks that someone like Dawson Mercer just wasn't working for this team. Ratu just really didn't see any sort of development. So we're going to leave this defense as is. We'll hope it doesn't mess with Sharov. We'll hope it doesn't mess with Silyev and his potential trade value. From there, it called up Romani and Thorpe. I'm going to disagree with that. And we're going to call up Zach McEwen. And we will also probably call up Matthew Pekka again. Because why not? Altshuler will stay. Nobody else there is ready for the call-up. And then centers, it did automatically call up Bjork. It called up Coots. And then Cizikas is still here. I think that'll work. I think. Let's see what it looks like here. If we go best lines. A 4th line, we're going to go Pekka, Cizikas, McEwen. Coots will be with Ulrichsen and probably Connor Garland. I mean, Garland's going to be mad about it, but Lekkerimäki and Besser only play the right side. I don't know if I want to call up Viggo Bjork. Then again, there's probably not enough games left for him to qualify for rookie status. So I think we could just play him anyway. So if we go like Altshuler, Pedersen, Besser, DeBrusk, Bjork, Lekkerimäki. I don't hate the way it looks. Obviously, it sucks for Connor Garland, but it's the way it is right now until we potentially deal Lekkerimäki at the draft. And then from here, if Silyev and Nemitz are going, not that I want to piss them off, but Voinov, Vilander, Pedersen, Hronik, Silyev, Nemitz for the rest of the year. Again, not that I want to piss them off, but I mean, the rest of these guys we're ideally stuck with. So the AHL, I'm sure, has taken just a massive hit. I'm going to have to go back through these lines and see what we're dealing with. And yeah, there's already some like low overall filler players in there. The Mikanov, Burmistrov, like none of those guys are actually ours. So Abbotsford has just been torn asunder at this stage, and we'll still have Sharov on that top pair to make him better. So certainly not expecting the playoffs this year or anything like that. That's not really all that surprising. Question will be what happens ahead when we get to a pretty big draft for us. Surprise, surprise. It's taken a little bit of time to dig the Canucks out of this conundrum they're in. There are some things in this life that we are just not meant to understand. The Vancouver Canucks are back in the playoffs. And we nearly won the division, no less. We lost to the Ducks' final game of the season. Had we won that, we would have been divisional champions, but instead we will be playing the Edmonton Oilers in the first round this postseason. I don't know how this team keeps doing this. If anything, it is drastically setting us back because we're not getting higher draft picks. Oh my God. Elias Pettersson led this team just under a point per game total. You had Brock Besser, 66 points, 26 goals. Lekkerimäki finishes with a very solid point total, but just 13 goals. Jake DeBrusk on that second line went off in terms of goals scored. You can look at the game log and what he did in April, and then you see what he did through March, and it seems like every other night he was scoring. I don't get it. Alt Schuler, 52 points and a plus 18. We'll check the rookie scoring there. Connor Garland, just the 35 points. Ulrichsen, who was on the fourth line for most of the season with 23 points. Vigo puts up 17 points in 21 games, and again, should be a stellar player for us moving forward. Coots, it was honestly pretty solid as well. Matthew Pekka, McEwen didn't do too much, but we know he's a playoff performer. Defensively, 50 points for both Voinov and Filip Hronek, which is great. I mean, really, look at all these guys in terms of their ability to put up points, right? I mean, even Silyev as a defensive defenseman, 18 points. I'm not complaining. And then for the goaltenders, Demko at a 9-10 with 2 shutouts and a 9-14 with 1 shutout for Kevin Lankinen. How did we make the playoffs? League-wide, Nathan MacKinnon led the league in scoring. He was the only forward to break 100 points. I don't even try to understand anymore. He had 77 goals. Next highest was Macklin Celebrini with 44. Defensively, you would have seen Cale Makar was the only other person to break 100 points. Outside of that, you had the likes of Bouchard and company. Quinn Hughes was third, but was a minus 11 compared to Bouchard. So, I mean, 85 points for a defenseman. Damn good. Is it worth $20 million? I don't know. For the goaltenders, the winningest, Mackenzie Blackwood with 47. Your shutout king with 8 was Dustin Wolf. And for save percentages, it's probably another Vezina for Vasi with a 930. That is outrageous. For the rookies, it looks like Cameron Altshuler is going to win the Calder over Nick Lardis of the Chicago hockey team. Quentin Musty was also up there. So shout out to Cameron Altshuler. That plus-minus should save him unless there's somehow like a crazy goalie performance. I mean, Carter George was the starter for the Kings this year. Not that bad in terms of games played, but I think we're good. I think we got our guy there. So heading into the playoffs, no expectations. Sound familiar? It should. These were the lines, of course, that we were rolling with in the back half of the season. They are the lines that we might as well go with, even though Pekka's down to a 72. We might as well just run with it and see what happens. DeBrusk apparently works really well with Bjork and Lekkerimäki, so we'll try it. And then down in the AHL, nobody's higher than a 77 overall, that being Tyler Thorpe. He's not exactly ready to go either, so I think we're okay. I can't imagine, I didn't check, but I can't imagine Abbotsford is in a position to be a playoff team here. Could be wrong. Of course, it's not going to show me the standings immediately. No, they have clinched a playoff spot. I mean, I think they're going to get decimated, but at least they've made the playoffs. Of course, we don't have that many young players to even benefit from the games, but that is okay. So with that, we know it's going to be Edmonton in the first round. We actually, again, have home ice advantage because of the overtime losses. I don't understand. Let's look at this Oilers lineup here. Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and Zach Hyman. Why would it not play Draisaitl on the wing because he plays left wing? I hate this AI. I mean, I'm sure Draisaitl's got better face-offs. He does, but still, it's stupid to me. Savoy with Nugent Hopkins and Vasily Podkolzin. Trent Frederick, Brad Lambert, and Alex Killorn. Isaac Howard, David Tomaszek, and Taylor Radish. Defense is Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse and Jake Wallman, Derek Forbert with Ty Emberson. Goaltenders, John Gibson and Akira Schmid. Okay. With Noel Gunler, Nikita Artymanov, or Artymanov, whatever you prefer, and Donovan Sabrango as healthy scratches. obviously they're favorited in this particular series. But if that fourth line can perform like the fourth line did last year in the postseason, who knows what might happen, right? Let's see. Game number 1. We are back in the playoffs again. Let's see how this goes. 2-2 at the end of the first. Pettersson with both of our goals. Now 4-2 at the end of the second. Zach McEwen scored again. Oh my God. Brock Besser on the power play. We had 2 more. Viggo Bjork's first power play goal, first playoff goal. And Pettersson completes the hat trick. Your Canucks win 6-2 in game number 1. No words. No words can properly describe all of this. That game, this season, this sim engine, this team, everything. Game number 2, and shout out to Demko as well. Let's hope he can keep up that pace, although Darnell Nurse does score again. DeBrusk ties it. They get 2 more back, and we score late, but it's not enough as Brock Besser tried his best, but we do fall short in game 2. John Gibson, first star performance there, and the Oilers have tied this series up at 1 win apiece. To be expected, really. A 2-0 series lead really wouldn't suit us all that well, would it? Look at the difference in save percentage between the 2 starters, too. Game number 3. We're not changing anything. No line changes. Nothing. We're fine for now. First period, 3-1 Oilers. Altshuler gets the only goal for us there. Make it 4-1 Oilers. Another goal for McDavid. We get another goal back with DeBrusk, but too little too late. And Edmonton has a 2-1 series lead. Another really solid performance for John Gibson. I don't know if we're blaming Demko for those 2 losses. It's just really slow starts. I mean, he does still have at least over a 900 save percentage, which is a rarity for him. We're going to run it. What more can we really do, right? There's not that much we can do in terms of mixing and matching line combos. First period, we score. Brock Besser yet again. He's been great. Oilers do tie it up after DeBrusk scored a second goal for us. And there we go. Evan Bouchard on the power play in the third. Edmonton have won 3 straight games. And like I said, us making the playoffs here really does nothing but put us further behind the 8 ball of not being able to get those top-tier players without making trades. And we're just kind of still, despite all the departures we've had to this team, we're still good enough to be stuck in this middle ground of apparently good enough to make the playoffs, not good enough to really do anything once we're here. There's not too much to do. I mean, that third line's been struggling a bit, that's for sure. What do we want to do here? So many snipers. So many snipers. I mean, Altshuler, that top line's been pretty good. I can't even be mad. But we're going to put Ulrichsen up on that top line just for the hell of it. And let's go DeBrusk, Bjork, Garland, Altshuler, Coots, Lekkerimäki. Just to try something else. Then defensively, Voinov just 1 point. Second pair struggled a little bit. Nemitz is Nemitz upset with me? No, for the moment he's okay. Good. I mean, this is probably your last game as a Canuck, right? Let's be honest here. Game number 5. Let's rip this Band-Aid off. We know we're not making the second round at this point. 2-0 Edmonton, McDavid and Draisaitl. We do get a goal from Jake DeBrusk. And again, we get a late goal, but it's not enough. So we do take game 1, but the Oilers win out over the next 4 games and win this first round series in 5. Again, what is the point aside from just shooting ourselves in the foot over and over again? So we get a look here. I mean, Pettersson, Besser, DeBrusk. I mean, we had pretty good performances, but obviously the depth scoring, Cizikas, Garland, Coots, couldn't even record a single point. More disappointed in Garland for that. And our defense, which did so well in terms of putting up points, nobody had more than 1. Hronek didn't even have a point. Can't blame Thatcher Demko. He tried. He tried. He has certainly had worst postseasons for us. Worse and worst, as it turned out. But yeah, there we go. Like I said, not too bad to see us make the playoffs 3 years in a row. It's interesting if you look back to some of the other 5-year plans that we have done so far to see better teams than this miss the playoffs, though. Yet this team, even selling at the deadline, consistently makes it. Well, before we get to who won the Stanley Cup, good news. Cameron Altshuler has indeed been crowned your Calder winner, so that is looking like an even better decision to have made sure that we picked him up. The Edmonton Oilers are your Stanley Cup champions here in Season 3. The Rochester Amherst taking home the Calder Cup. Can't really say I'm surprised that the Oilers were able to push through and win based off of the way their stars were playing in that first-round matchup. They beat Winnipeg in 7, Colorado in 5, and then Philly in 7. So shout out to the Flyers, who are doing a wonderful job. But yeah, it won't really be a surprise who's at the top here. It's actually Evan Bouchard, McDavid, Draisaitl, Nuge. Yeah, all the typical and usual suspects. And actually, we need to go back here because we need to look at the awards. So we've seen Colorado, Carolina, and now Edmonton take home the Stanley Cup. Nathan McKinnon is your Art Ross winner and your Hart Trophy winner. The Norris goes to Cale Makar. Calder does go to Altshuler. Conn Smythe to Evan Bouchard. Vasi wins the Vezina. The Jack Adams to Jeff Blashill in Buffalo. Selke to Celebrini. Ted Lindsay Award to McKinnon, as well as the Rocket Richard. In the AHL, I think it's Carson, might be Carter. I can never remember, for Mr. Rakoff, but congrats for being the top point getter and league MVP and top goal scorer. Janssen, I'm not sure if he is, I'm not sure. I want to say Linus, but I think I'm wrong. Top rookie there. Konyushkov, who does sound like a Street Fighter move, was the top defenseman. Best goaltender is Gidluf, the Gidluf. And Consta Hellenius, your MVP of the Calder Cup winning Rochester Amherst. Okay, taking over for Phil Kessel, no less. So, as we talked about, I think this will be a pretty busy draft for us. Let's just go to it. I was actually going to see if there was anything we could do about who was re-signing, but we got rid of everybody. Chicago wins the lottery. Montreal and Boston, the next two. As New Jersey was actually a lottery team after the loss of Quinn Hughes. Zuccarello's gone. Jordan Eberle, not the craziest retirement class. Nobody over 1,000 career points. For defenseman, Jeff Petrie, who was under 400 career points. For the goalies, Jonathan Quick, probably the most notable name out of all of those retirements, who also becomes a scout for the New York Islanders. So, what can we do here? That is the question. We know we have to make changes to the blue line. Montreal is willing to trade that second overall pick. We need to act on that immediately before we consider anything else, any other plans. A second overall pick is up for grabs. There's no outright trade finder deal for it, but we need to try to make something happen here. By the way, shout out to Altshuler, high elite now, the second most valuable player that we have on this team. We have the 20th overall pick, couple seconds, bunch of thirds. In terms of what we could do here, Sharoff was someone that we wanted to keep heading into next year. Lakiramaki, though, am I sold on him? Silyev and Nemitz are both there as well. Okay. Well, I mean, shit, they're interested in both of them, right? Oh, you know what? I want to actually check the cap situation. They got $4 million right now with expiring deals. That should be okay. It just sucks that we know Lakiramaki. We need him to be a sniper. He's not a sniper. He's a playmaker, and I can't get him to change player type either. He's physical as hell, too. Like, he might be a better power forward. Man, maybe we give him another chance. Defensively, though, we know we got to come up with something here. As much at, you know what? Actually, hold on. This might be a mistake. This might be a mistake, but let's try this instead. Different approach. Different approach. Nemitz, what is the deal for you? 2-3, 2-3, 2 seconds. A first rounder from Colorado. Anybody else offering a first rounder? 27th overall from the Rangers. Anything else? 28 from Tampa. Let's make that deal with the New York Rangers. Get the 27th overall pick, a third, and Aspinall. Nemitz is off to New York. And Silyev, we're also going to move on from. Can we get a first rounder for you? 30th from Colorado. Anybody else offering a first? 22nd from Ottawa. That is a very strong deal. And that is the deal. Silyev off to the Ottawa Senators. since we know we were getting rid of those two guys. That gives us some first-round picks now to try and be able to work out a deal with Montreal instead of players directly. I don't know if that'll help us any more or not, but it does give me a few more options of picks to add in to try to make something happen. Lakiramaki really feels like the guy who should go here, and they don't have any interest in any of the goalies either. If we, because Garland is staying, even if we were to use like Romani, and first overall, Maddox Schultz is off to Chicago. Right. What is our best move here? What is our best move? Volkov. It's a little bit cheesy, but we know this guy isn't going to make it, right? So what if we use Volkov? They'd have too many people. We go back over. We add Jason Zucker, right? Like, whatever. Let's just add Jason Zucker. And is there anybody else? There wasn't there? I could have sworn there was someone in the AHL or unsigned. Silvestre. Glebov was actually looking okay. Zekov, not so much. They're not even worth that much. So now if we add that 27th overall pick from the Rangers, how close are we? Volkov in the 27th for the second. Didn't go through. That's okay. Now if we add the third rounder from Pittsburgh, didn't go through, still quite far off. That's fine. Now let's use the 22nd from Ottawa, right? Those two picks plus the the excess that we would have gotten from Nemitz and company. That does go through. All right, so using Nemitz, using Silyev, we are able to trade up to get the second overall pick in this draft. Not too shabby. And of course, we retained our 20th as well. So now any other business we want to attend to, now is the right time to do it. Thatcher Demko is entering the last year of his deal. Is there a good trade for us here? 2 seconds to Chicago, Pesci in a third, a second and a third, and Pius Suter. God, is that worth it? Would we regret trading him to Chicago? Because we know Lankinen's still going to be here, and Medvedev's going to be ready. Yeah, Medvedev is ready. So it's either Demko goes or Medvedev goes. And Demko, obviously, he's been a little bit more consistent lately, but it's still kind of difficult to trust him, you know? I'll think about it based off of what else might happen. Voinov, Sharov, Pedersen, Hronik, Vilander, and somebody else for third pair right D. Although we might have to choose between Hawkinson and Sharov. We probably will. Sharov is a medium elite. He's a two-way, well-rounded as expected. Hawkinson has those abilities, but obviously he's only a medium 4. But he is a defensive defenseman with those abilities. What would the offers be for Hawkinson? A second and a third. 2 seconds. Colorado's dangerous, though. Second and a third. Another second. Third from the New York Rangers. Doesn't look like anyone's going to offer up a first-round pick for him directly. What would the deal be for Sharov? 22nd from Montreal and the 27th, along with Pau Panekis. Yeah. Dylan Gunther. Hello? Gunther, McBain, and Duhaime on an expiring deal. Utah looking to move on from Hello. Ooh, that point total sucks, though. 89 overall. Does that just scream, though, another player similar to Lakiramaki that should be putting up goals but isn't? Or is it because Utah has been struggling? That would be the risk. Then Jack McBain is making quite a bit of money for a third liner, but he's not a bad third liner to have. How much time do we have left? We still got 5 minutes. Cool. Any other business here? Because we got a couple of other moves that we might be able to make. I don't think we have to move anybody here unless like someone wants Valentenko. They don't. I think we're fine. Left wing side, Altshuler, DeBrusk, Zekov really isn't worth that much. Aspinall, we might as well just keep, right? What about the low 9 Postma? We drafted last year. We can't get anything for him. He's terrible. A bunch of these guys are. Jason Zucker, of course, we'll just let go of. If we were to deal Lekkerimäki, 30th overall from Colorado, 21st from Minnesota. But then what if we dealt Sharov to bring in Gunther to replace him? You know? But also it's a Western Conference-based trade. We'd get Riley Height back and also a third rounder. Anybody else offering a first rounder? No. I mean, Lekkerimäki just looks like a weaker version of Gunther in terms of overall rating. They both have quick release, though. Like, they should be scoring. We're probably going to stick with Lekkerimäki, I got to be honest. Although Gunther can play left wing. But we're also kind of crowded up there, too. Gunther's a bit more well-rounded. Lekkerimäki has better passing. Tough decisions. I just can't help but think we're going to have to deal one of these other defensemen, either Sharov or Hawkinson. It probably makes sense to keep Sharov, but eventually he's going to improve enough that we're going to have to choose between him and Wilander anyway. But you could argue, Wilander, moving on from him would be nice, but of course it's nice to stay loyal to actual prospects, hence Lekkerimäki. Hawkinson wouldn't be bad for the third pair. One more look at the deals for Sharov. 2 first-rounders and Palpanekis. Or the Gunther trade. God, we might just be building the Montreal Canadiens as it turns out, but that would be a ton of first-round picks. And then Demko, 2 seconds from Chicago. And AJ Greer. Stanley Cup champion AJ Greer. I think we move on from Ilya Sharov. I think we do. 27th overall in 2026. It's a really good steal. But we keep Hawkinson, who's kind of like a really solid third pair guy. But then again, man, he takes a lot of penalties. We just know that Sharov's going to improve too much. And if these two are stuck here, it's Sharov or Wilander, basically, is the decision. Should probably stick with Sharov because Voinov can play the right. But I want to stick with the actual Canucks prospect. So Sharov is going to be dealt to Montreal for the 22nd, 27th, and Palpanekis. We'll stay loyal to Mr. Wilander, and that way Hawkinson can probably play third pair this year. Of course, the boys still on the team aren't going to be too happy. He'll probably be third pair with Kudryavtsev or whatever the hell. Thatcher Demko, he's not bad, but I think it's time to move on. 2 second-round picks and AJ Greer from Chicago. We're going to move on from Demko because God knows how much money he's going to ask for in free agency heading into year 5. I just don't think we can do it, right? Goalies are just too inconsistent. And we're ready to turn it over to the youth. Yeah, you know what? Let's pull the trigger on this. Thatcher Demko, you are going to Chicago. We are making some moves. I love me some Thatcher Demko, but we're making some moves here. We got to do it. So goalies for next season, Lankinen, Medvedev with Chizik on the horizon. The defense, these 5 are locked in. We just need, actually, really, our defense is probably locked in for next season already. Lekkerimäki will get one more opportunity out of desperation. I mean, that left-hand side of Altshuler and DeBrusk is locked in. Hopefully I can teach Garland how to play the other side. Garland's actually a little bit happier now than he was. We got to see if we can keep him happy on the third pair. And then honestly, our top 3 centers are probably locked in too. So unless we get somebody who can better fit this team, although I'm still wondering if we just deal Lekkerimäki because we're stuck with Connor Garland and we know he's not happy on the third line. Right? Because top 3 centers, Pettersson, Bjork, Coots. Left wing side, Altshuler, DeBrusk, somebody else. Ulrichsen probably on the 4th. And then, because none of these guys play the other side, I like to play people within their proper positions. I think Lekiramaki's the odd man out since we're stuck with Garland. If we were to deal Lekiramaki here, 2 seconds. The first from Colorado, it would be that Minnesota trade. 21st to 3rd in height. This is the one I'm not so confident about, but we're going to pull the trigger on that too. We're going to stay loyal to Connor Garland, put him back where he belongs. And the good news is, right, long term, Altschuler, Voinov, Viggo Bjork, Wielander's made the team. Hawkinson is here. Coots has made the team. And then look at that. 5 first-round picks. So if we see anybody in this first round that we might not be able to get, we, trade up to get them. So second overall is the question now. And there's a bunch of medium elites here at this point of the draft. Louis Gaucher is NHL ready. He has Send It, which is nuts. Vyacheslav Leonov has tape to tape. Semyonov, we don't know for sure if he has an ability. Doesn't look like it. Peyton Watson of the Wenatchee Wild, another defenseman who's NHL ready. So if we felt like we made a mistake trading who we traded earlier, we just bring Watson back in. Joey Cullen on the Victoria Royals. Franz Karjalati, pressure and second wind. Carbonneau, NHL ready. Liam Pugh, unconfirmed edges. Boumedienne, we don't know. Fayad, we don't know. It starts to drop from there. I do think we need to go for someone that has abilities, right? Which would lead us towards one of those 2 playmakers at the top. And then maybe Watson as defenseman. But then that just kind of runs into more issues. Karhalati can play left wing. NHL ready, does have pressure plus. If we were to make another deal. Yeah, I think we got to go for one of these guys. Gaucher, Central Scouting rank had him at number 1. The negative to that is we cannot play him in the AHL. The positive is, obviously, we don't have to immediately sign him. And then there's the Estonian Vyacheslav Leonov, who could go to the AHL if need be, has tape to tape. Tape to tape might be a little bit better. Let me look at the grades. They're about the same. No weaknesses for Leonov. A 6'3" playmaker versus a 5'8" playmaker. The Estonian, Vyacheslav Leonov, is who we are going for here. 83 overall, medium elite. Jesus. We'll see where he plays this year. We'll have to find a good spot for him. And then trading up again, it isn't going to happen. Nobody wants to move, which is okay. We'll just make a bunch of picks. Fine by me. We'll hopefully get some good depth here. Semyonov went 3rd to Boston as a power forward, which, man, maybe a power forward would have been better for us. But again, he had no abilities. Gaucher was, the same, right? Then you had Watson in the medium elite, Cullen, Karlati. Just a bunch of dudes that are all kind of in that same level. Toronto gets a steal at number 13. Good Lord. Okay, so we have 3 picks in a row here. Let's not Don Sweeney this. 3 in a row. Ezekiel Cabell, unconfirmed wheels. Confirmed unstoppable for William Lasauro. So that's a yes. Then there's Aiden Kelly, no ability. Riker Kessler. Yeah. That is certainly a possibility. How many, I don't know if we need to draw, attention to your dad and the Canucks tie-in. But, the sins of the father and such. So Kelly's a year out. Was Kessler also a year out? Because it's still showing Aiden Kelly. Kessler's a year out with confirmed unstoppable. We might be going for Riker Kessler. Spellquist is a year out. Cruz Jim is even further out. Anybody with abilities to really kind of seal it? Not really. Carson Ford is a gigantic defenseman who's NHL ready. And we don't even have to go for him right now. We can get him afterwards. But yeah, Lasauro and Kessler both have abilities that make them worth getting right now over some of these other guys. But yeah, the fact he's NHL ready. Jesper Vikingstad, unconfirmed ability, but was confirmed, almost confirmed NHL ready. So is Doig, Johansson. These guys are all generated. Mohammed Coyle, Unconfirmed beauty backhand. Right. I mean, I'm certainly intrigued by those guys that are unconfirmed NHL ready. But Lasorro having elite unstoppable, I know he's a year out, but we can't pass that up. So it's a winger that's a two-way. Yeah, 74, medium top 6. I got a feeling the other guys are medium elites, and actually it lied about how good that specialist ability is, but that's okay. That's okay. For the memes, Riker, Kessler, welcome to the Canucks. Very, very similar type of player. Also has unstoppable and send it. And then we will go from one of these guys further down. There's 3 forwards and a defenseman. Carson Ford. Carson and Johansson are the only 2 100% confirmed to be NHL ready. So we're going to take big defenseman Carson Ford. 78 medium top 4. Very nice. And then with pick number 27, I mean, I feel like we've made out pretty damn well here, haven't we? We're taking a Swede, Marcus Johansson. And he is another medium 6. He's a 79 already as a sniper. Damn. I mean, that is one hell of a haul based off of who we have traded away. And obviously we still have some second round picks and stuff like that to deal with. But all in all, tough to say. And man, we might have been able to trade up even further because some of those other guys were still pretty good. All in all, this is shaping up to be a crazy, crazy draft for us. And I don't think there's anyone left who's 1 year out except for Seth Silvestro. We took a Silvestro last year. Might as well take another one, right? It's a little bit off the board, but I'll go through the rest of this draft. If I get anybody crazy, you'll be the first one to hear about it. But aside from that, we now have our sights set on Season 4 and what should be an exciting future. Not to mention we have a lot of cap space to spend at the end of this year and heading into next year. So we're in a pretty good spot. Season 4 here in Vancouver, and I got to be honest, not everything's gone according to plan. Let me talk about that really quickly. The positive, in terms of what did go well, was the rest of the draft. I said I'd interrupt, but honestly, when you're on a good run, you got to keep going, right? I'm not a gambler, I promise. That said, in terms of what happened at that last draft, as we get to talking about the team here shortly, we found ourselves another medium elite goalie in Cairns. And then defensively, we found ourselves a medium elite in Yasu, who isn't going to be worth much, but there's trade value there. And then for the forwards, we found Atkinson, Bureau, Olvestad, and Pettinen all in the same draft. 93rd, 75th, 83rd, 109th. Like, gee, one of the most ridiculous drafts I've ever had, even if most of those guys aren't going to develop. In terms of what did not work out in our favor was the development of some players. This is what we're looking like for the beginning of this season. I can't imagine it's going to stay that way for the entire way through. But Cameron Altshuler is obviously now a key piece of this team, as if he wasn't already, but he is going to be with Elias Pettersson and Brock Besser. Our second line is Vigo Bjork, medium elite at 20 years old, alongside Vyacheslav Leonov after we drafted him, which, again, he looks insane. That wasn't really a part of the plan. Shout out to Montreal for helping make that happen. They are with Jake DeBrusk. And the third line is Marcus Johansson with Riley Height and Connor Garland. So I tried my best to factor Garland into our plans. He still finds himself on the third line. I'm sure he's going to be happy about it. Fourth line is AJ Greer with Braden Coots, and Vilmer Ulrichsen. Worth noting about Coots, he regressed to a minor league scoring forward. Figure that one out. We just cannot get him to develop. Nor did things end up turning out all that well for Tom Wielander, who stays or regresses back down to a medium 6 and drops like 2 points. So may have made a mistake about who we kept and who we didn't. But Voinov is obviously still a beast. Pettersson and Roenick are still great, and William Hawkinson has made the team alongside Kirill Kudryavtsev, which, worse comes to worse. If we still have an upset Connor Garland, we do have Leonov to trade to keep Vigo Bjork, and then Bjork and Garland could be with Jake DeBrusk, and we trade Leonov for a defenseman to properly play alongside Voinov. So we do have a backup plan. Although in fairness, in terms of backup plans, Kevin Lankinen's also a backup, and so was Alexei Medvedev. So we'll see what happens with the goaltending this season. But obviously, because of all those medium elites we found, the AHL is looking pretty damn good. Ovestad, Bureau, Pettinen, all medium elites. Zykov at a low elite. So was Dirksen, who we also found in that draft at pick number 116. Atkinson there, of course. And then the medium sixes, Sylvester, Kessler, Lasauro. I mean, it's looking pretty good. And then defensively, Ford, Sylvestre, also there at the mediums. And even high nine forward Anthony Romani, who didn't quite make the team. He is there too. Obviously, the goaltending, Nathaniel Chizek and Jalen Cairns. It's looking okay, which means this team will probably be the worst team that we've had in numerous years, which makes sense in some ways. But there are certain players that I thought for sure they are going to be key parts of this team moving forward. Tom Wielander. And all of a sudden, they might not be. This is the most cursed run of all time. 33, 19-7. 8 days before the trade deadline, we are in first place in the Pacific Division. Yeah. Here we are. Looking at how things have gone this season, Cameron Altshuler is now a legitimate first-line forward, although his point total, it's based on the lower scoring, it's actually quite good, and has developed wheels, which is, great, obviously. Elias Pettersson is outstanding. Brock Besser, outstanding. 33 goals after hitting just 26 the year before. It's the most we've had with him since season 1, and that was, of course, a full season for him. Second line, Jake DeBrusk has 23 goals, which is really good. Leonov has 20 as a playmaker. I can't imagine we're going to get rid of him. And then Viggo Bjork has 38 points, but is a -7, so I'm a little bit concerned there. Marcus Johansson, not too bad, 23 points, 14 goals. Riley Heidt, 1 and 13. And then Connor Garland has 25 points. Surprise, surprise, he is still quite upset with me. Vilmer Ulrichsen is doing okay for a fourth liner. So was Braden Coots. And A.J. Greer on 12 points. So, if I were to change anything, it would probably be subbing out Viggo Bjork, but that's just not going to happen. I can't imagine trading Leonov right now, but we haven't looked at the defense yet, and this is what we are dealing with. So we have Voinov up to an 86. He's got 28 points. No 25 goals this year. I don't know what the hell got into him last year. That's insane. Verlander's playing well, but he's still just an 82 now at 24 years old, so it's not looking too good. Pettersson's doing well. Hronik's doing great. Hawkinson's 7 points and a -7, but he is now a legitimate third-pair defenseman, and Kudryavtsev, or whatever the hell, is not doing so well. So, are there changes to make? Yes. Is it worth making those changes when the team's performing well, though? That's the question. Because I do think the wise play would be Leonov gone to bump up Garland, since we're sticking with him, and then to get a defenseman as well to replace Wielander, and then maybe a new third-pair defenseman to play with Hawkinson, and maybe a little bit of help for the bottom six as well. But wholesale changes like that sound incredibly dangerous right now. Lankinen on a 9-10. Medvedev's been insane in his 21 appearances. He has been absolutely outstanding. And then down in the AHL, Bureau at a 74. Some of these other guys, not really too crazy of development yet or at all. So I'm going to see what's out there on the market. If there is that top defenseman to go and get, I think we do it. But I don't know. There's those two trains of thought, right? Like, okay, don't change anything because we're playing really well, versus no, go ahead and change it because there's no way this is sustainable. Yeah, there we go. It wasn't quite English, but you get the point. It does depend on what's out there, though. It really, really does. And Mackenzie Weegar is out there, but he is 35 years old. Barrett Hayton is also there. Mark Scheifele, Jake Neighbors, Morgan Geekie. I mean, Roman Josi on an expiring deal, making over 12 mil. All right, that's not the greatest. That is not the greatest. Altschuler's now our most valuable player, by the way. And a shout out to Bureau, who is worth quite a bit as well. That guy is a penalty machine, though, as a grinder. The fact that he's a grinder, he's incredibly tradable. It's actually Mason Lohrei just got dealt. So you know what I want to look at is I want to see. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be somebody that's on the trade block, but if a team is willing to trade somebody from said trade block, it can help us quite a bit. Morgan Geeky's still got some time left. Ryan Poehling, I mean, at least he has like elite wheels. How much time is left in Tanner Jeannot's contract? Oh my God, he's still got term left. Jesus. Charlie Coyle ended up back in Boston. We're not making any deals, though, unless there's a top defenseman. So stay focused, stupid. Andrei Svechnikov is out there. Lampkin? Terrible. Well, good for trade value, but terrible. Matejchuk, Matheson ended up in Columbus, and that is with the new Montreal deal factored in. Go figure. 35, though. I mean, if we were going to go for him. Ooh, Denton Matejchuk, who is very unhappy with life in Columbus right now. That could be the guy. That could be. I mean, obviously Verlander's not all that different, but it seems like he's taking that step up as opposed to our current option. So that's not too bad. Is there anybody else that really fits the bill as a high-value defenseman? Otherwise, Columbus might be the landing spot. Again, Roman Josi is there. He still puts up points. Final year of his deal. He's willing to come here as well. Hopefully Columbus didn't just make I didn't see who they dealt. I'm scared. I mean, Roman Josi's probably the guy. It's just not a long-term solution. And that's scary to trade a player the caliber of what we're considering trading. Unless we just don't move the forward. Unless we don't move Leonov. And just continue to piss off Connor Garland. Is there anybody else? Tolvanen, Tavares, Mackenzie Weegar just got traded. Okay, I mean, there isn't that go-to defenseman. That building block of a defenseman. And indeed, Columbus made that move for Matejchuk. Shit. So, what does Nashville want? Actually, I didn't even have to go from this screen. What does Nashville want for Roman Josi? What is their asking price? I mean, just straight up 1-for-1. We had to pay Verlander a lot of money to get him to stay, too. They are willing to do it just straight up 1-for-1. I don't want to move on from the guy, but at this point, what is he going to be? I guess the choice is we could give him until the rest of the year. I think I might just give him until the rest of the year. I think we will. We still have time to get out from the deal. It's a 2-year contract. Let's see, Chizik's almost ready. Lankinen will probably deal with the draft for Medvedev and Chizik to take over. Chizik, whatever. And then, like, Yasu could be flipped. Verlander could be flipped. Bunch of these guys that are just lower value. Of course, the only issue is that Connor Garland hates me. That is the only issue. But if we can survive it for this season, the draft will give us more opportunity, like last, year where we ended up with 5 picks because teams were actually willing to move their firsts. Let it ride. For the rest of this season, at least, we'll let it ride and we'll see where we end up. What can I even say anymore, right? The Vancouver Canucks have won the Pacific Division by 1 point over the Edmonton Oilers, but we have won the division and we'll be taking on the Anaheim Ducks in the first round of the playoffs. This team is just... this team continues to just be whatever the heck this team is. Brock Besser led us in points, 89 to 41 goals, as you can see, to a couple upgrades for him. Pettersson at an 80, and then the points from there really drop off. DeBrusk on 58, same as Hronek, who was great, but DeBrusk with 32 goals. You had Altschuler on 55 points. Viggo Bjork's probably not winning the Calder because of the minus 11. Leonov, 47 points, 28 goals. He's a playmaker with a 3.5-star shooting category. This game makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all. 40 points for Garland. Mojo shot the puck freaking 228 times. That's insane. Defensively, we already saw Hronek. Voinov, Pettersson did great. Vilander, 27 points. We just need that freaking rating to go up. But then again, if he's performing well, it's not that bad. But I need that rating to go up to justify paying him the amount of money he's going to want at the end of his contract next year. Well, then again, that might be the next GM's problem. In goal, Lankinen, 911 save percentage and 926 for Medvedev. So we did get great goaltending, but what are we going to get given that it's, not Thatcher Demko for the playoffs? Just 2 players broke 100 points. That was Draisaitl and McDavid. I have no idea why the scoring's so down. Why, I have a guy like Leonov scoring a ton of goals. It doesn't make sense, but that is this game sometimes. Defensively, Bouchard, Makar, they were great. Hudson was up there. Quinn Hughes, 76 points for the Islanders, a minus 14, again making $20.5 million. You could argue whether or not it was worth keeping him or not. Jesper Wallstedt, the winningest goaltender, 11 shutouts for Askarov. That is insane. And save percentage leader for a starter is Connor Hellebuck at a 926. Calder is going to go to Alexei Joseph in Chicago over the likes of Landon DuPont. Tynan Lawrence, who at least according to Corey Pronman might be the first overall pick this year. We shall see. But yeah, no rookie of the year this year for us. That's okay. That is okay. I was hoping for better, but I'm obviously not surprised, given the mid-season scoring marks and stuff like that. We had 2 more wins than Anaheim this season. Let's take a look at their lineup. It is Cutter Gauthier, Mason McTavish, and Mikael Granlund, Troy Terry, Leo Carlsson, and Jesper Vikingstad, Louis Gaucher, Max Penkin, what a name, and Beckett Seneca, Yegor Sidorov, Roger McQueen, and Morgan Frost. Okay. Defense, Jackson Lacombe and Pavel Minchikov, Tristan Luneau with Olin Zellweger, and Noah Warren with Drew Hellison. Goaltender, Lukas Dostal, with Petr Mrazek as the backup, Colson Petra, and Sam Colangelo as the scratches. Okay, for the most part, the Ducks, stayed on course with a lot of younger talent. I have no expectations for this series at all. How many times have we sold at the deadline? Granted, this year we didn't. And then, how many times have we just not expected to make the playoffs, and we ended up doing so? Granted, we haven't had a ton of success, but who knows what this will bring. So game number 1, we start off with 2 goals from Brock Besser. We add 2 more. Besser completes the hat trick. Altschuler gets the 4th goal. Anaheim fights back in the 3rd, but it's too little too late. Viggo Bjork and Jake DeBrusk get in on the fun, and we take game 1 6-3. Now, I'm not too excited because last year we won game 1. I believe also scoring 6 goals in that game. Recorded that yesterday, so I don't quite remember. And we ended up losing that series in 5. So we'll see what happens, won't we? We'll see what happens. Game number 2, though. Not making any changes. Let's just go for it. First period, yep, here we go. Vikingstad and Minchikov. Second period, we do get a goal. His first in the playoffs. It's Leonov. And that is where it will end. Boy, this seems familiar. 35 of 36 for Dostal. And we lose 3-1. This feels very familiar. Very, very, very familiar. It's an 890 save percentage for Lankinen in his first 2 games. Let's throw the kid in there. Let's go with Medvedev on this one. There's only 1 point behind Lankinen. Medvedev's going to be competing for that starting spot anyway. Shout out to Altschuler, who's up to an 89. By the way, I didn't look. You got Voinov at an 87, which is great. AHL, Bureau's still at a 74. Kessler up by 1. I think Lazaro went up by 3. And then defensively, Ford went up by a little bit. Not a ton of development on the AHL side of things. That's okay. But let's see what Medvedev can do, especially if he's going to be our guy starting next season. Game number 3 here in Anaheim. And it's a 1-1 split at the end of the first. Besser scores again. Anaheim adds 2 more, and they added a lot more than that. Leonov scores, but we lose 6-2, and the Ducks have won 2 in a row. This feels very familiar. Very, 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 very familiar. Okay, let's get this over with. We know where this is going. Maybe the 5th season, maybe our final season will be the one where we can, see some success. Yep, down 2-0 here. First period of game 4, still down 2-0, and we don't even score a goal. So I can't even blame Kevin Lankinen for that. Incredibly similar to last season's series where we just win that first game and then fall off a cliff. Goodness, outscored 10-2 over the last 2 games. Maybe we are missing Thatcher Demko. Then again, Demko was in goal last year, so that didn't help us, right? Let's go back to Medvedev. Why not? Lankinen, you've pretty much had your time here. Connor Garland is furious, so we have to do something to mend that relationship in the offseason. There's not going to be a choice, but we will have more options. That is the good thing. Let's see if Anaheim completes the reverse gentleman's sweep. I guess losing the first one and winning 4 in a row. Pettersson scores. Bjork scores. And we get a few more. Besser, Johansson, and Besser. So Brock Besser has been outstanding. And we stave off elimination. How about Medvedev? I mean, a very rough first playoff appearance, but a much, much better performance there. And he helps us live to see another day at this point. We'll go to game 6. He'll be right back between the pipes. We're playing with house money at this point, honestly. I mean, genuinely, too, you got to figure for a rebuild, we traded Quinn Hughes, Montreal being willing to trade a pick, stuff like that, being able to recoup on, Mercer and Nemitz, guys like that. We're still in a pretty good spot, all things considered. Leonov scores. Carlson makes it 2-1. We tie it, a goal from AJ Greer, but the Ducks end our season. It's Cutter Gauthier in overtime as Dostal and the Ducks just a little bit too good for us. And that is yet another first round exit. But let me tell you, the Aquilini, they love me. Every year I get us bare minimum 2 playoff games worth of revenue, 2 home playoff games worth of revenue. They love me. They don't want me to go anywhere. But much like I'm kind of turned myself into the NHL's version of Mary Poppins. I just kind of, show up, help out, then I leave. And that's what we're going to be doing here. But I don't know, Canucks fans, what's better? Where you're at now or at least getting to the playoffs even if they don't do much? Don't say the mythical third option. It's just, no, those are the 2 options. At least Brock Besser is a playoff lord. But yeah, we definitely have some issues throughout this lineup and just certain players not developing, certain players underperforming. So we'll see what the development ends up being once we hit the end of the season. And that'll kind of help us, make a more informed decision about who's staying and who's going. Anaheim got swept by Vegas in the next round, which is brutal for them. And we'll see who wins the Stanley Cup here in 2029. And the answer is the Colorado Avalanche, with the Laval Rocket taking home the Calder Cup. But the Colorado Avalanche are your Stanley Cup champions, beating the New York Rangers in 5 games. We almost got a Colorado-Detroit Stanley Cup final. I know Detroit doesn't miss being in the West, but man, you grow up as a young kid, and one of the first prime rivalries you hear about, if you're my age, is Colorado and Detroit just going through their bloodbath series, and it's a shame that doesn't mean as much anymore, but that's what time does. So Colorado won our first season's championship. They win again here in Season 4. Draisaitl, your Art Ross winner, as well as the Hart Trophy winner. Norris goes to Hudson. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, Bouchard was up there in scoring. Calder winner does go to Alexei Joseph. Makar wins the Conn Smythe. Wallstead the Vezina. Hellebuck to Jennings. Jack Adams to Anaheim's coach. Selke to Austin Matthews. Ted Lindsay Award to Connor McDavid. McKinnon wins the Richard. In the AHL, Owen Beck put up the most points. He was also league MVP. Oliver Kapanen scored the most goals. Pautov, I don't know who that is and if he's even real. He was the top goalie. Konyushkov was the top defenseman. Ville Husso, top goalie. And Vincenz Rohrer, do the roar. He was the MVP of the Laval Rockets in their title-winning effort. So, before we even get to this draft, let's take a look at a few things. So goalie-wise, Medvedev settled in around an 82. Chyzak at an 80. It's not bad. We'll trust those two guys. Vilander settling in around an 83. If there's the right move to make, we make it in terms of, okay, we placed our bets, hedged our bets that you were going to be the guy. You turned out not to be the guy. Let's see how we can recuperate, especially knowing that we have to do something for Connor Garland. It is either, because again, I don't like trading people, although he has now dropped to a third-line scoring forward. That problem may have just solved itself. Thank you, Connor, for being washed. I was going to say the alternative was buying him out, because again, in a challenge like this, I don't like trading away all the contracts. I don't want all the bad deals. Where's the fun in that? You want to deal with some of the handicaps, of course, that you have been handed in a challenge like this. But yeah, if he is now a third-line guy, that is absolutely perfect. Let's see what happens in this draft. This just got a lot more interesting. Calgary Flames win the lottery. Not too shabby for them. And we'll see what we are dealing with here. Retired players. Crosby, Malkin. Oh, Pittsburgh. I'm so sorry. Malkin retired as a Dallas Star, too. Ryan O'Reilly is gone. Defensively, John Carlson, OEL, affectionately known as Oliver Lossum Tossum. And Bobrovsky, also gone as a two-time Stanley Cup champion. Sergei Bobrovsky. Anything else? No. So, to the draft we go. Let's see what we can do. First things first. Nobody in the top 10 wants to trade this year. Fair, after what we pulled off last year. A reminder of our draft pick situation. We got 3 seconds, a bunch of thirds, and our own first is 25th overall. First things first, though. Lankinen can go. We're going to turn the goaltending over to Medvedev and Chyzak and see what they can do. So where can we deal Lankinen? The answer is to Florida for a second-round pick. That is a done deal, as he'll be entering the last year of his contract. So thank you very much, Florida, for that. That's a good bit of cap relief for us. And if we were to look to pull off a big deal, we do have Cairns to be able to do that. Defensively, Yasu needs to go. What's being offered? 2 seconds. I mean, obviously he's a great tack on for a bigger trade. There's a lot of medium sixes there. But yeah, 2 second-round picks seems to be the going rate. So let's take a look at who might be on the block right now to see if there's anyone where we say, oh, hey, maybe that guy is a part of our future. Don't know if we'll feel that way about Matt Coronado because he plays right wing only. And again, I try to play people within their proper positions. That way EA's system makes sense in terms of like, hey, 18-year-old kid, you are a terrible center, play right wing exclusively. No, I don't think I could do that, coach. Okay, cool. Have fun in fucking Romania, because you're not playing here now, idiot. Goodness, shout out to Detroit. Some good second-round picks lately. I mean, Sharenko does look like a good playmaker, but we will pass. LA with nobody. Ooh, this is not a buyer's market. What I'm seeing here. I mean, Pesci, Meyer, Hamilton is looking kind of cooked. New Jersey, after not signing Quinn Hughes, what do you know? Sooner rather than later, they are looking at blowing it up. Titan Mayonnaise, what do we got for you? It is a two-way. 2027 first rounder. The Rangers interested in moving him? 2/3 and Dervin. Yes. Thank you very much. That's a no-brainer for us. Holy. Wow, San Jose is trying to move everybody. Chad Torres, Igor Shilov, Tobias Tomik, Oliver Sundberg, Jamie Glantz. and Muhammad Coyle. Coyle's a two-way. Glantz is a sniper, but I don't trust he'll actually be a good sniper. Melisherik is on his way, the high elite, on his way to Calgary. Fair enough. Guess we'll just go in reverse order here. Actually, here, yeah, let's just start at the bottom of the list. See what Winnipeg has. We'll work our way back up. So, I mean, Washington's not getting rid of anybody. Vegas isn't getting rid of anybody. Utah still trying to move Barrett Hayton. Which, if Hayton was a third liner, I'd love him and Garland on that third line together. Oh, but I feel like we would just have the same issues. He is making $7 million, though. Yeah, it's just, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Tampa trying to move Anthony Cirelli. Now, he is making $6 million. But, man, he and Garland together would be something. Yasu, Fitzgerald, and Height. That is very doable. That is very doable. Oh, my God, Berkeley Catton, who was already traded once by Seattle, so I kind of view that as fair game. He is a legitimate first liner. Voynov, Hawkinson, Barreau, Hawkinson, Medvedev, Atkinson, Hawkinson, Medvedev, Olvestad, and Yasu. Pettinen and Yasu. Let's just say he's still on his ELC. He might have sat out the whole year. We have no reason to not do this, even if we sign him just to flip him. Pettinen, Yasu, being dealt to St. Louis for Berkeley Catton's signing rights. That is the biggest of no-brainers. They're also trying to move Dylan Holloway, who I wouldn't mind getting. Okay, hold on here. Hold on. Because, again, it was... I mean, the Islanders are moving Davidson. Ottawa had nobody. Philly, Pittsburgh. It was San Jose who was looking to move everybody. And Seattle has Michelli, Sealer, Lostarinen. Montour is looking cooked. I mean, San Jose, like, if we could get Coyle, he's another two-way. Very promising young talent. But there's nothing that they specifically want. So, obviously, I could still trade for them in terms of picks and everything, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Back to St. Louis. Dylan Holloway. 7.5, basically. Where the hell are we going to play him, though? He's left wing only. Let's just have Seattle make that deal. They take Bolt. If he's left wing only, we already have Altshuler. We already have Oh, my God. Altshuler went franchise. How did I not even notice that? That's insane. From medium elite to franchise within 2 seasons. Berkeley Catton is definitely going to be flipped. Because where the hell does he play? Right? Like, if he's the first liner, we already have Pettersson, we already have Altshuler. But just getting Berkeley Catton to be able to flip him, that was 2 medium elites. We could get the 13th overall pick from the Islanders. And I'm sure they won't even really be able to afford him. We also get a prospect back in a second. That's a done deal. Like I said, there was a good chance we were going to flip Berkeley Catton. I feel like it worked out pretty well. There was just no way, especially once Altshuler went franchise, we were going to be able to make that work. But let it be known, Berkeley Catton was back in the Pacific Northwest, at least for a short amount of time. Wow, okay. So one more look through here. Again, Hayton's just not going to happen. Cirelli. Kessler and Cairns, Atkinson, Height, and a third. That's a done deal. We have the money. We had Donoff on like a $20 million cap anchor deal. Cirelli with Garland on that third line is nuts. Done deal. Let's bring in Anthony Cirelli. Holloway, again, we just don't have room for. I think he'd be a good fit for this team, but we just do not have room for him. So the biggest thing that we're missing, the Sharks are now willing to make moves, but it's pretty much equal value people. You know, medium 4 for medium 6. That's just not what we're interested in. Yeah, medium 4 and like a 6th and a 7th. Like, that's not worth it. So I don't think we'll be making a deal with the Sharks, but I am pretty happy with what we've done here. We do just still have the issue of missing a top 4 defenseman. I don't think Verlander's the guy, unfortunately. Anybody else here? I mean, Sharenko, like I said, though, he was a playmaker. How the hell is he going to fit into the top 6? He's just not. If we could get him for cheap enough, cool, but then we just have to flip him. And we could get him for cheap enough. A 3rd rounder and 2 medium 6 defensemen. Sure. Would be dumb not to take that. What about Colbert? Yeah, see, that one we're not doing. But Detroit just gave us quite the deal on that one. Like, the odds we get a medium top 6 in the 3rd round, quite slim. Coronado, we just have no space for. The only reason to trade him would be if it's for pennies on the dollar and we thought we could flip him, but those prices are not pennies on the dollar. Okay, I think we're good. So last thing to check here. St. Louis is going to make their pick. Zalezny. I'd love to find a way to trade up into the top 5, but it's not going to happen. But we now have the 13th pick, the 25th, still some seconds and thirds. Like, we got plenty of picks to work with. We already made the move in goal. Cairns, if the deal is right, could be flipped. 2 seconds. Do I see a first rounder? Do I see a first rounder? Because this guy doesn't have to go. Man, there's Holloway, but again, I just don't have a deal for him. No first rounder, but there is the deal for 2 seconds. What's he, a 67 at 20? That's not bad. Got him in the 4th round. I mean, between Medvedev and Chyzik, when the hell is this kid ever going to have a chance? You know, let's do this. So Carolina was offering 2 seconds. Were they the only team? There was a lot of 2-3s in there. A lot of 2-3s. So we're going to send Cairns out to Carolina for 2 seconds. Can we get rid of Bunka as well? I mean, for Traff, just to free up the roster spot, honestly, let's do that. I want Bunka out of there. Is Bloodoff worth anything? No. So yeah, we won't worry about those guys. Defensively. What is Verlander worth? I mean, we could get rid of him at any time. There's a 2-3, 2nd round, 2-3, 2-3, a bunch of 2-3s, no first rounders. Sharks are offering up some of those medium 6 prospects, though. Doesn't look like we're getting a first rounder for him, which is pretty disappointing. Sylvester and Ford are still fine. Can we get anything for Glebov? No, nobody wants him. Nobody wants him. Nylander might have to stay. Unless we can find somebody else. I mean, Bureau's also not a bad player to keep. But if we could flip him, just for Barrett Hayton, yeah, again, we can't do that. Maxwell, Romani. I mean, we could probably give Romani another chance unless there's a good return here. Doesn't look like it. A 3rd rounder from Montreal isn't too bad. But I think... Well, then again, as a right-wing sniper, like, you're not going to be in our top 6 at all. Honestly, I'd rather take the 3rd rounder. Let's send this guy out to Montreal. See you later, Mr. Romani. Left wing side, actually, one more thing. Maxwell was good. Yeah, none of those guys have any value. That's fine. Left wing side. Davidson, who we got back in that deal for the 13th pick, as Orr is on his way to Florida. It's been all forwards so far as well. There might still be room to make a deal for a defenseman. But yeah, can we flip Davidson? 2nd rounder... A 2 and a 3 from Colorado. 2nd rounder. Do I see a 1st rounder? 2-3 from Minnesota. Looks like 2-3 will be the best we can do. Yes. Let's take that deal. I don't want to send him to Colorado. It's Colorado or Minnesota. We'll do the deal with Colorado then. Why not? Is Zekoff worth anything? No. Ulrichsen really won't be. Jacobs probably won't be. And then for the centers, Leonov, Bjork, Olvestad, another guy we could easily flip right now. 2 seconds. 27th overall from Minnesota is a steal. Yeah, 27th, the second, and Hallqvist. We'll take that deal as well. So a bunch of the medium elites we drafted last year getting a better chance. Johansson looks good. Kessler, Lafournier, Coots. Might still give him a little bit of a chance. Cherenko, Fitzgerald. Okay. So we have cap space. We have a general plan. Can we get a defenseman? Of course, we had one and we traded him. Wow, this is a very forward-heavy draft. But what about someone like Blake Baxter? He is not ready. He's 2 years out. Sumal, he isn't going to be ready immediately. Reed Leach is going to need time. Okay, that immediate step into the lineup, play top time, it's not there. Except for maybe Alex Stoll. Ooh, Alex Stoll. He is a lefty, but he's a right-handed shot. Interesting. Outside of Stoll, who's projected to go 43rd, that type of player we're looking for just isn't there. And we already looked at other defensemen that were on the block. Is there anyone who isn't on the block that we're just like, yeah, we can get that guy? Shea Theodore's not going to happen. Hannafin's not going to happen. Chikrin could happen. $9 million, huh? Winnipeg with Morrissey, Minchikov. Obviously, an Eastern team would be better. Charlie McAvoy would be pretty nuts. But yeah, just the prices we're going to have to pay for some of these guys, it's just not necessarily worth it. So let's go ahead to the 13th overall pick. It turns out Sumal was actually pretty good. I don't know why it said he wasn't quite ready, because he is. Damn. Our scouts really failed us on that one. And I've been more hands-on with the scouting, too, and I feel like the scouts are still just freaking terrible. So do we risk it on someone like Leach to hope that my scouts were wrong? There's also Archibald, Jimmy Shields. There's a goalie named Jorgen Sedin, which is insane. First-round goaltender is pretty promising. When is our next pick after this? 25th and 27th. Anybody willing to trade? Montreal at 21. Because I would like to end up with that goalie, which we should be able to do if we trade with the Habs. Let's be honest, we need a defenseman. So is it Reed Leach, Sam Archibald, or Jimmy Shields? Every single one of them out of the Canadian junior system. Character issues for Reed Leach. I mean, shit, that's a requirement in today's NHL. Great puck mover, offensive instincts. I mean, Archibald would be nice. And shutdown ability, pro release mobility. I mean, Archibald as an OFD seems to kind of fit the deal. Let's go for Sam Archibald. Medium 4, two-way. Okay, we tried. Not an awful attempt. There might have been, of course, more of a guarantee at forward, but drafted for need, which I normally would never do. But we are kind of desperate here. Yeah, neither of those trades are happening. But is there a different way, Montreal, that we can make this deal work? How about that nice 27th overall pick from Minnesota? I have plenty of nonsense you might be interested in. Right? Montreal loves nonsense. How does all of that nonsense sound to you? Montreal loves nonsense. What can I say? So yeah, we'll see who like Buffalo and Chicago ends up with, because I was dumb. Yeah. That'll be the move that we say gets me fired. That's okay. Let's take, it's a Sedin in Vancouver from Rogla, so that has to happen. Medium elite 70 overall out of the gates. Good Lord. Yeah, it's a little bit of an upgrade on the goalie that we did trade away. And then with the 25th pick, when is our next pick after this? 47th. So we could go a little bit off the board here for that defenseman, or we pick up someone like Jeff Borrow. Is there anybody who's NHL ready? Aside from the defenseman we're already looking at. Just Alex Stoll. Obviously, we could trade this first rounder, then just trade up and probably get value out of the deal. And you know what? We might as well. So what can we get here? A second and a third. I mean, a second from the Panthers and a fourth rounder. 2 seconds from LA. 49th and 52nd. We'd still have to make another deal. But that's pretty much a no-brainer. So there we go. Done deal with LA. And one more double check that Stoll is going to be there. Yeah, 43rd. So we will go to the St. Louis Blues. We are wheeling and dealing in this draft. St. Louis. Maxwell, a third and a fifth. Archibald. And Archie really wasn't that good, was he? Medvedev, Hawkinson. Instead of Maxwell. Actually, how good was Maxwell? He's fine. Yeah. Done deal. Done deal, honestly. That's fine by me. Absolutely fine. So our final big move here is this first pick of the second round. We are going for Alex Stoll. Okay, we're going to have to solve this defensive issue another way. Season 5 is here. Our final season with the Canucks in this 5-year plan. As I always mention, it's not about making sure we win the cup within 5 seasons, because then that just leads you to trading all your assets and stuff like that. That doesn't really interest me. What interests me is leaving the team that we pick up in a better spot than where we found it. And I don't think that was all that difficult to do with this team, and I think it has been mission accomplished. I mean, we've made the playoffs every single season, haven't we? While rebuilding at the same time. Couple more moves happened to show, but we'll go over here before I show you guys the roster. But I think we could be in an interesting spot this season. Now, there were a couple of dudes that just didn't really fit the team anymore. So what we did, we picked up Jake Evans from Winnipeg in exchange for prospects and a pick. Alexei Toropchenko from the Florida Panthers. Tanner Jeannot from Boston just because we could. Fabian Zetterlund from Tampa in exchange for Ulrich Hanzus, who was a medium league goalie that we picked up. Not the only one. We also sent out Marcus Johansson, who was a good player but could not crack the top 6 with who we already had there. Sent him to Philadelphia for draft picks. And then the big one, Chirenko, who we just picked up, again, pennies on the dollar type of deal last year. A third and a fourth to Montreal. Look at who was on the trade block. David Reinbacher. We could not have asked for a player like Reinbacher to show up at a better time. So this is the team, and this is why I say we definitely have this team in a better spot than where we found it. Obviously, the big name of this run has been Cameron Altshuler for a 14th overall pick. He is just absolutely ridiculous, has developed wheels, tape to tape, and pressure plus. He's a beast. An absolute beast. Next to Petey, who of course has been here the whole time and still has time left on his deal, right? Now, God knows how much he'd sign for once that deal comes due, but he has been about as good as we really could have asked for, given some of the inconsistencies, right? That 99-point season in season 1, and then of course league scoring took a bit of a hit. And then our captain, Brock Besser, has also been outstanding, and I'm very excited to see what that top line can do this year. Now, one of our big issues has been balancing player roles, and Bigo Bjork is technically now a first-line player. We're going to keep him because that's not my problem, but it could harm his development, right? You can try to keep him happy with power play and PK time, but as we've seen in this challenge, that hasn't worked with Connor Garland, and we don't know what's going to happen with Vigo. That said, that is the next person's decision to make, is what happens with this guy. As a right wing, as a center, like what do you do with the guy, right? Like, you got 2 years left of Brock Besser on a pretty good deal. Like, do you buy that out? Do you hope to put Besser on the second line, which, to be honest, I am tempted to do, But we have two snipers in the top six. It's Besser and DeBrusk, and I'd much rather have Altschuler on that top line than Vigo Bjork, given that they are both playmakers, as are Pettersson and Leonov. So it kind of works out there. Again, Vyacheslav Leonov, being able to get this guy second overall is insane. He looks outstanding. And then Jake DeBrusk, I mean, how much time does he have left? He's got a year left after this, but he's been good. He's been good for us. Brand new third line, of course, Fabian Zetterlund picked up. Excited to see what he can do. I was hoping he'd be a lefty, but mainly it's going to be PK specialist, that type of deal. Expiring contract for him. Of course, you saw when we picked up Anthony Cirelli. Again, another guy who's a second liner. We'll try to balance that out if we can. But that third line should be outstanding. I think that line in real life would be outstanding. And then the fourth line, Tanner Jeannot, Jake Evans, and Alexei Toropchenko. Again, physicality, that whole type of deal. Defensively, Sergei Voinov is with David Reinbacher, who is on a decent deal. I mean, $6.3 million this year and next. If it didn't work out, we could easily move on from him. Biggest mistake we've made in this challenge was getting rid of a certain medium elite defenseman who certainly could have played alongside Voinov, but I blame Tom for that one, for just looking like he was going to develop and then not developing at all. I don't understand. But he's on that third pair with Hawkinson this season. Of course, Pettersson, Hronek still locked in. Goalies, Medvedev up to an 84, Chisek, whatever, at an 81. I think that was another thing that we absolutely had to do, right, is kind of solidify what's the plan beyond Thatcher Demko being here. I think we did that with two good young goalies, although they are not the only ones, as I mentioned. The defense as well. Again, do we have Quinn Hughes? No. So inherently the defense is worse, but I still think it's pretty solid, while the offense has stabilized and gotten better. Obviously, this will be the year that we miss the playoffs. I know I said that last year, but this will be the year that we miss the playoffs. And even if we do, draft pick-wise, 5 second-rounders, that's all we have aside from our own first. But we're still set up pretty well in terms of draft picks. I mentioned elite goalies. You saw me draft Sedin. We traded that other dude, and then we also picked up Bertuzzi in the second round, as well as Frank Burkhoff. So, I mean, tradable assets there, absolutely. Defensively, in terms of the value, a lot of medium fours in the mix. So again, still a good amount of prospects to see if they can develop. And from the forward perspective, Bureau, I mean, this guy is going to be nuts. I mean, Christ, he could end up being, well, I mean, hopefully he's not a scumbag on the ice like Alex Burrows was, but that type of player, like a Yannick Hansen type of guy. We also picked up Antoine Briere, in the second round too. Another really, really good draft. So it does look like our scouts, if you go full manual with it, do a little bit better job of finding the steals in the later rounds. So probably worth it, I would say. But again, like Lazaro, Sylvester, not as much on that left-hand side, that's for sure. And then, of course, for the centers, we also picked up Ron Brown. Shout out to whoever the hell named their kid Ron in 2011. Shout out to whoever's naming their kid Ron. I guess, the Harry Potter influence, perhaps. But, of course, Kessler, Lafournier is still there. Coots not developing at all has been very disappointing. Like, he's right there on the fringe again. I thought for sure he would have been our third-line center by this point. So we had a couple of dudes that just didn't quite pan out. But from a draft pick perspective, this team is set up well. From a prospect perspective, from the talent that's already there, we're looking good. Of course, we know that Quinn Hughes ended up as a New York Islander for $20 million a season. What I haven't figured out, and, technically, yes, we could just do player search, but I want to scroll through here in this way, too. For goalies in particular, you're able to see what your favorite team might look like 4 years into this now. Shout out to Jack Ivankovic up there in Carolina. Has anything major changed, though? I do wonder. So Demko signed in Columbus for almost $11 million a season, while they're paying Elvis Merzlikins $10 million a season. Whew, that is a fireable offense. I love Thatcher Demko. Right? There's no way he was worth almost $11 million a season to us. There's just no way. we made the right decision to move on from him. We saw that in the Ranger Challenge with Shesterkin. Like, it wasn't going to be worth that type of deal, right? So we have one more season to go, hoping to make it 5 for 5 from the playoffs. But in terms of a rebuild that was supposed to be a full rebuild and not just a rebuild on the fly, turned into that. It's gone pretty well for us. Let's see if we can make it back to the postseason. Central Scouting Rankings. How exciting for a draft I'm not going to go through. This year, I'm not surprised. 43-14-2. The Vancouver Canucks are running away with this division. The second best goals for per game marker, the lowest goals against average per game, with just above average ratings in terms of special teams. This team is crushing. Shout out to head coach Sheldon Keefe. Who would have thought? This team has been outstanding. And let's take a look a little bit more in depth here. Pettersson, 54 points at 59 games. Altschuler on 52 with 27 goals. Besser on 49 with 21 goals. Leonov, I mean, look at how many guys have at least 20 goals here. 39 points for Bjork. Anthony Cirelli, not all that mad about being on the third line. Connor Garland, well, Connor Garland hates me. He hates me, but that's okay. Zetterlund doing well. Even the fourth line. I mean, man, look at freaking Toropchenko, for example. 14 goals. This team is just clicking. Defensively, Hronek 40 points. Voinov 29. Wilander on 27. Reinbacher 19. But more importantly, look at the plus-minus ratings. Again, plus-minus in and of itself, not a great stat until you get to one extreme or the other. That's when it starts to tell a story. When you're getting defensemen, and especially that second pairing, plus 34, plus 35, like that's phenomenal. And then the goaltending. Chiswick not quite ready to go. He's fine, but Medvedev has stepped up into that starter role. The second round pick of the Canucks IRL this year. This video will be up before the end of December. What the hell am I talking about? Things are looking very, very good for this team. And certainly now, before the trade deadline, I can't imagine changing anything about this at this point, right? I think we run with this. Bjork isn't really upset having been on the second line, so no reason to change anything there. Obviously, Garland's not particularly happy on the third line, even though he is a third liner. So I don't know. Like I said, my biggest failure was a trade. My second biggest one's probably the mismanagement of Connor Garland. But look at Vigo Bjork, I think it's probably been worth it. And then defensively, I mean, the only thing to do is to say, okay, if someone even better is available, maybe we make a trade to improve the defense and drop Reinbacher to the third pair? Tough to say. Maybe get a veteran goaltender just in case. Like if you look at our goalies in the AHL, it's Sedin and Bertuzzi. Can I see Sedin's stats? I mean, he's doing well. But yeah, maybe we just get like a veteran goalie as a safety net in case we need to run three. But I can't imagine making any moves at the deadline. This is probably as good of a team as we've had, not just in terms of results, but the actual makeup of the team is exactly what I hope for. You have those skill lines, you have that defensively responsible third line that can provide some offense, and then you get a fourth line that'll just beat the hell out of you, and it is working, thankfully. So let's take a look. Trey Augustine in goal being dealt by Detroit. Sasha Barkov. Anton Lundell as well. Both on expiring deals, too. That's huge. Apparently, we're considering getting rid of Jake DeBrusk. No, I don't think we are. I am trying to fight off this sneeze. I'm fine. Will I remember to edit that out? Probably not, but I did mute the mic just in case. If we were to pull off a deal for Barkov, Wilander, it's a third pair. Briere and Reinbacher, Brown. Okay, so obviously we wouldn't do that. But a deal for Sasha Barkov on the fourth line would be insane. And it looks like we have the salary space to do. He's having a great season, too. Obviously overkill to have him on the fourth line, but man. That's right. Do we bring back Kevin Lankinen? who's also on an expiring deal. But do we bring back Kevin Lankinen? And can the Panthers retain salary potentially twice? It looks like it does say 2 times allowed. If we could get them to retain, that would be great. Just because we were already kind of up against the cap. We did have a cap whale again this year. But if they can retain to that level, we have the extra goalies of Bertuzzi and Burkhoff. And Barkov just got traded to the Leafs. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, there is still Lankinen. Are they willing? No, they're not willing to trade Lundell anymore. They do have Tyson Orr, who they picked up in that last draft. Oh, Florida. Yeah. I mean, at least it was to Toronto, which isn't going to hurt us too much. I guess Lundell is still there. Funny enough, they want a similar price for what they wanted for Barkov. So if we talk about Anton Lundell, and then we don't talk about Orr at this point, because we just need to get a deal done before they trade somebody else, can you retain on Kevin Lankinen? I wish you could just quickly go up to 50%. Like, it's just... Like, yes, it's relatively fast, but at the same time, when it's live active trading, it's actually not all that quick. Thank God that deal doesn't involve anyone that we're talking to. But we do have those 2 goaltenders in Bertuzzi and Burkhoff. And I would have too many skaters if this deal went through. So we do have to get rid of somebody who's on a contract. Dumoulin was that cap whale. And now Florida would have too many goalies. Ooh. Might not be able to use both goalies. Anybody here that's on an expiring deal? Glifford or Daniil Tarasov? What if we take Tarasov? So those 2 goalies primarily. Lundell, Lankinen, Tarasov. Obviously, that's not going to go through on its own. I just wanted to see what the feedback would be. Do we have anybody else to really get rid of? We have a low 4. Aside from that, it is some players I probably don't want to move on from. Briere, though, medium elite, he's only a 57 at 20 years old. Like, that is good trade value. What if we use Hamilton? What if we use Briere? It's technically 3 medium elites, even though they're all long shots. Will the Panthers take that deal? Yes, they will. Okay, we might have overspent a little bit, but to get the deal done, it's pretty good for us. And that gives us an option. Now, do we take Evans out of that 4th line spot? Probably not. But worst comes to worst, in the playoffs, Anton Lundell is there to step in. It's the same thing on the goaltending side as well. Kevin Lankinen, Tarasov will probably just send down. And then defensively, if we needed a safety net, like Ford's right there, Glebov's right there, I guess we could, because we do have that 1 extra medium elite, we could look for a defenseman on an expiring deal if there is one. Doesn't really look like there is one that's all that decent. So we will stand firm from there. I mean, Colton Parayko. Did he just get traded? No, it did drop me back to the start of the list, though. What would the deal look like for 36-year-old Colton Parayko? Again, just solely in a depth role. I'm not going to change anything about the 20 players that have been in the lineup this season. But just in case, players are underperforming, what can we do? And if we use Brown on this trade, we'd have too many skaters, so we do have to use somebody else. That can be, Tambellini is ass. Yeah, he's terrible. And then obviously, I could probably even use that medium 6 instead of this medium elite. They have 2 first-round picks. Yeah, instead of Brown, because honestly, that just means we'd have good value for the draft. We could use Murphy instead. And that should still go through. Can we safety net it? That's probably too much. That's way too much. Can we safety net it with a 3rd rounder next year? No. Can we safety net it with a 5th rounder? Our own 5th rounder? Yes, we can. Okay. So, Lundell, Lankinen, Parayko brought in, but only as depth, because we are going to see if this is indeed our year and our final year. We knew it was going to be a good year, didn't we? 57 wins for your Canucks. Didn't know it would be this good of a year. We'll be taking on Chicago in the first round after a 121-point season. Again, unreal. And that is with our leading scorer, Elias Pettersson, having just 74 points. I don't understand at all what's going on with the scoring in the game this year. But Besser's 72 points, 36 goals. Altschuler, 33 goals. Leonov hits 30. DeBrusk with 27. I mean, we were getting scoring from so many people. 24 from Connor Garland. Tanner Jeannot, despite 140 penalty minutes, still had 22 points. We might need to sub him out for the playoffs. That's too many penalties. Defensively, 58 points for Filip Hronek, which is great. Voinov on 46 points. Yeah, Hronek and Voinov, Villander 30 points as well. I mean, you can't complain about the defense. Oh, now you're a top 4 defenseman. You're lucky I'm leaving, buddy. And for the goalies, a 9.26 from Medvedev. Chyzak, a 9.01. Again, Lankinen is there if needed. I hope to God he's not. Makar leads the league in scoring. He and McKinnon, the only guys to break 100 points. Okay, sure. Why not? And in terms of goal scoring, McKinnon, Bedard, Pasternak, your top 3. TJ Ginla up there with 40. How do you like that? Slavkovsky, too. Defensively, of course, we know Makar's up there. Bouchard, Brant Clark, Quinn Hughes, still top 5. But, man, $20 million, and he's not quite Cale Makar. That's what's scary, you know? I mean, Makar's making less than 16. For the goalies, the winningest, Alexei Medvedev. No surprise there. Shutout leader, though, is Thatcher Demko. I mean, he was worth the money to Columbus, although you'd think they'd get rid of Merzlikins, but no movement clause. Medvedev has as strong of an argument as anybody to win the Vezina Trophy this year. And for the rookies, Dominic Zalezny up there for St. Louis. I would think he would win it. There's an outside chance for Wilson Boumedienne because of plus-minus, maybe even Cole Hudson. Although in goal, Ivankovic could win it. Old Jackie Ivankovic could win it. God, Ravensburgen and so many familiar names from franchise modes past. But let's get that confirmation. We know that it is Connor Bedard and the Chicago hockey team in round number 1. Our last hurrah. We've made the playoffs all 5 years, unless my memory is failing me, which it might. I am old. Anton Frondel, Connor Bedard, and Nick Lardis. Holy God. Vaclav Nastrassel, Alexei Joseph, and Tyler Bertuzzi. Oliver Moore, JT Compher, and Sasha Boisvert. And Mason West, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, Maddox Schultz. What's that? I mean, was Joseph first overall as well? No, he was second overall. God damn, don't you think they've had enough lottery luck? Defensively, Kevin Korchinski and Artem Milshunov. Sean Dursey, Sam Renzel, Alex Vlasic, and Ryan Lynn. Goaltenders, Spencer Knight and Joe Wall. Roman Kantsarov and Frank Nazar. Ooh, so they've really messed up the relationship with Nazar. Interesting. That's still a hell of a team, though. It's a really, really good team. Are we better? I hope so. I hope we are. I mean, you look at this and you'd like to think we could compete with just about anybody. We're going to have some issues. Bjork, Leonov, those guys are going to want top-line time very soon, which means we might have to risk Pettersson and Besser getting mad, but again, that's not my problem. It's a good problem to have, though. This amount of talent, you're not moving on. I mean, God, look at the embarrassment of riches that we have, right? But this amount of talent, it's a good problem to have, as opposed to whatever the hell the IRL Canucks have actually done to their roster. Game number 1, first period, Fabian Zetterlund strikes first. Second period, we get a few more goals. Pettersson, Garland, and Leonov. A couple goals for Chicago. And in the third period, no goals. So a 4-2 final score. Zetterlund getting the first star recognition. We love our Swedes. as we take game number 1, as we typically do, in fairness. We have a pretty good track record in game 1 of series, so that doesn't exactly guarantee too much. We'll see what happens in game number 2. First period, 1-1. Hronek gets a goal for us, or Hronek. Second period, 5-1. Hawkinson, Hronek, and 2 goals for Connor Garland. And we add 2 more. Oh my God, Connor Garland. Yes, channel that energy to me not utilizing you properly for years and play your way out of Vancouver, buddy. 4-goal night for Garland. Outstanding. I mean, dude, he and Cirelli. When I saw Cirelli, it's like, dude, come on. Those two have to be a great combination. They were great. In game number 2, 11 goals over 2 games against Spencer Knights. And we actually won the first 2 games of a series for once. The Abbotsford Canucks are also heading to the playoffs after a 45-win season. They'll be playing the Calgary Wranglers in round 1. For now, though, our NHL series shifts to Chicago. We go to game number 3, first period. Tanner Jeannot has our only goal. Second period, we tie it up. Cameron Altshuler. And third period, it's a goal apiece. Altshuler again. In overtime, Chicago wins it. Anton Frondel. So, home team has won every game so far. Unfortunately, fortunately for us in game 3, not so unfortunate in the first 2 games. Medvedev's sub 900 save percentage over those first 3 games. Let's maybe look elsewhere. For the first time, let's look elsewhere. We'll give Chyzak the opportunity here in game number 4. Let's see. First period is goalless. Second period is not. Altshuler, DeBrusk, and Reinbacher. Third period, 1 goal allowed, but that is it. A 30-save effort from Chyzak in his first ever postseason game. And the Vancouver Canucks are 1 win away from the second round. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Still averaging 4 goals per game here. We got to give Chyzak the opportunity. Sorry to Medvedev. You're playing similar to how Thatcher Demko once played. Great in the regular season. In the playoffs. Let's see what Nate can do for us. Game 5, back on home ice. We did it. We did it. We got 3 home playoff games. Think of the revenue. First period, 1-0 Canucks, Elias Pettersson. Second period, Chicago gets a couple. Connor Bedard finally shows up in the series. We do tie it in the third, Viggo Bjork. And in overtime, the Vancouver Canucks, Fabian Zetterlund. What a pickup. The Canucks eliminate the Chicago hockey team in 5 games. Look at Chyzak, man. Whew. Oh my goodness, what a decision to put him into the lineup. And with that, things are looking very good. A 967 over the course of those appearances. Outstanding. A 5-game series win. Connor Garland, a goal per game because of that just absurd game. But yeah, I mean, look at Zetterlund, right? Up there, 5 points. Just 2 points for DeBrusk. Leonov with only a point. Shout out to Tanner Jeannot, who didn't take a single penalty. I mean, the biggest disappointment's got to be Vyacheslav Leonov, because the only guys equal to him or below are on the 4th line. Marcus Pettersson was outstanding. He and Hronek were awesome. Hronek, I know, it's not like Jeremy Hronek, it's Hronek. Regardless, Hawkinson, Villander struggled a little bit. And then goalie-wise, Medvedev, Chyzak was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So the question now is, who will it be in round 2? It is certainly looking like it's going to be the Edmonton Oilers. And it is. Who eliminate the Vegas Golden Knights in 5 games. Dallas is also advanced. Colorado and Nashville are going to a Game 7. Will the Preds knock out the defending champs? Yes, they will. So there will be a new Stanley Cup champion this year as we get ready for a showdown with the Oilers. Apparently Artur Shilovs, former Canuck, of course, and the Edmonton Oilers. Chyzak is back in for obvious reasons, but let's see what Edmonton looks like aside from the goaltender and, of course, their big stars that we know they have It is Draisaitl, McDavid, and Nikita Artyomov, or Artyomov, whatever you prefer. Brad Lambert, Oliver Zmernieks, shout out to Latvia, and Matt Savoy, Alex Killorn, Kalen Lind, and Vasily Podkolzin, Taylor Radish, Brett Harrison, and Nolan Fitzhenry. God, the Oilers are just never going to change the makeup of their roster, huh? Defensively, Jake Wallman and Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse, Matthias Ekholm, oh my God, Ty Emberson, and Bo Aki. Or Aki. Sheilofs is with Emil Vinny in goal. Scratches include Trent Frederick, Isaac Howard, and Morgan Barron. Frederick, that is a good amount of money to be healthy scratched for the playoffs. Oh, can we take down Draisaitl? Let's find out. First period, 2-1 Edmonton. Besser gets our goal. Second period, still 2-1. Third period, wow, the score holds. 35 of 36 for Sheilofs, and we can't blame the goaltender. We just couldn't score. We just could not score in that game. I mean, Chyzuk still, the save percentage dropped from a 9.61 to a 9.54. Still just a 1.52 goals against average. We're not blaming him for that. No way. No way. So he will be right back in the lineup for this one. Game number 2. No major changes yet. If we lose this one, we'll have to consider it. First period, Ronak and Sorelli both on the power play. Second period, goal apiece, Viggo Bjork. And third period, we get another one. Cam Altshuler. There we go. 4-2. In game number 2, as Chisek, whatever you prefer, he was outstanding again. He's been so good. Sorelli continues to be a big pickup. And then that second defense pair just continues to, show up is an understatement. They have been great so far this postseason. So we get ready to head to Edmonton. I really should turn off auto-rotate, but you know what? Let's just keep doing it this way because it's bringing us good luck is what I'm choosing to believe. Game 3. Let's see how this goes again. We won 15 more games than Edmonton in the regular season, and we're up 2-0 here. Voinov and Toropchenko. Remember when Voinov looked like the next Mike Green in terms of goal scoring? Second period, still 2-0. And in the third, oh my goodness, a 28-save shutout, Nathaniel Chyzuk. Sheilofs was the first star of the game. I don't even know if I can disagree with that, because without his effort, that score would have been a hell of a lot more one-sided. And with that, we are in a good situation, up 2-1 in this series. I wanted to quickly see, wow, Nashville and Montreal, both up 3-0 in their series. Okay. Well, we can't look that far ahead. We still got to get Edmonton out of here. So, again, Chyzuk back in. Let's see what happens. Game number 4. Can we really put the pressure on the Oilers here? First period, 2-1. Power play goals for Bjork and Sorelli. Second period, a goal apiece. Brock Besser makes it 3 power play goals on the night. Third period, Edmonton ties it. Darnell Nurse. Overtime. Villander scores. Is he worth the $8 million he's getting paid? No! But he did score the overtime winning goal that puts us up 3-1 in this series. 1 win away from the Western Conference Final. You know what? No, I changed my mind. Villander's worth it. Just for that goal alone. He is worth it. Abbotsford also moving on. They'll be playing the Milwaukee Admirals, who still have probably the best logo and color scheme in the AHL, if not a good amount of hockey. That is an all-timer logo. 1 more win. 1 win away from a Western Conference Final within 5 years of tearing this son of a bitch down. Let's do it. Can we close this out? First period, 2-0 Edmonton. Nurse and McDavid. Second period, we get a goal back from Brock Besser, again on the power play. Third period, goal apiece. Villander scores again, but Connor McDavid steps up, keeps his Oilers alive. We are going to game number 6. Okay. Frickin' Sheilofs as well, man. Damn. I don't even have an answer. I don't even have an answer for that freaking Tommy Cash looking son of a bitch. Game 6. No changes outside the goaltending. That might not be the case if we go 7. Let's see what happens. As Dallas has managed to stay alive against Nashville so far, they will also go to a Game 6. First period, 1-0 Canucks, Cam Altshuler. Second period, 2-0 Vancouver, Connor Garland. Third period, we blew it, but then we won it. Alexei Toropchenko is the hero on this one with 90 seconds left. Voynov, the empty netter, seals it. And the Vancouver Canucks are going to the Western Conference Finals to take on either Nashville or Dallas. We don't yet know. We also know Montreal will be a part of the Final Four. We don't know their opponents yet. But look at the numbers. Shout out to Voynov. Goodness. But Besser, Pettersson, Altshuler, the top line really leading the way. Bjork also up there on 9 points. We do... Oh, my God. Tanner Jeannot took a lot of penalties in that series. A lot. We do need more from Jake DeBrusk. 1 goal in 11 games is not enough. Same for Leonov. We need more from some of these guys as this postseason continues on. But for the most part, it's looking pretty good, especially old Nathaniel Chizek here. A 1.8 goals against average. Just fantastic. Oh, Nashville and Dallas. You know what? I don't have a preference. I don't want to know. It's irrelevant which one we prefer to play because we're only going to be able to play one of them. And the team that we'll be playing, the Nashville Predators. They knocked out the defending Cup champs. They survived one hell of a scare at the hands of the Dallas Stars. It's Nashville and Vancouver here in the Final Four. The Preds with Philip Forsberg, Brady Martin, and Frank Vetrano. Simon Holmstrom. I think it's just Simon Holmstrom. Steven Stamkos and Jonathan Marchessault. Matthew Wood, David Edstrom, and Luke Evangelista. Joachim Kamel, Vinny Trocheck, and Michael Bunting. This is such a dominant AI franchise team. Defense is Roman Josi and Michael Kesselring, Luca Blonda and Brady Shea, Tanner Molendyk and Nick Hague, goaltender Jussi Saros, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. They love their Finns in Nashville. You got Cameron Reed, Lucas Reichel, and Max Domi as healthy scratches. You sure you don't want to play Domi at center? I heard that goes well for other teams. Please play Max Domi at center. Okay. Here we go. I really should turn off auto-rotate at this point, but superstition has kicked in. Game number 1, by the way, the Eastern Conference Final, Philadelphia and Montreal. Game 1. First period, goalless. Second period, not goalless. Altshuler and Toropchenko. Third period, Cameron Altshuler, empty netter. A 23-save shutout for Nathaniel Chizek. Cameron Altshuler is a monster. He's so good. How we got a medium elite to go franchise within 2 seasons, I don't even really know. But I'm so glad that we did. Up 1-0 on the Preds. Right back to it. It is working. It has nothing to do with the sim result. Don't even care. Second game of this series. First period, 1-0 Preds. Second period, 1-1 thanks to Elias Pettersson. Third period, the Vancouver Canucks, Vyacheslav Leonov. The Vancouver Canucks defend home ice. And we have a 2-0 series lead. Outscoring them 5-1 over those first 2 games as well. Outstanding. Absolutely phenomenal. No changes except for the goaltending. With Isaac up to a 949. Game 3. Will it be a different story in Nashville? First period, 2-0 Preds. Second period, make it 3-1. Brock Besser scores for us late. Third period, Jake DeBrusk and Fabian Zetterlund. And in overtime, the Preds win it anyway. We let him off the hook. Brady Martin is the hero with the second goal of the game. Shout out to Villander, who was great. But we let him off the hook there. We had a chance to really put our foot down with a very demoralizing loss for Nashville. We didn't do it. That has me concerned. We cannot let them tie this series up. Please, 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 please. Win in game number 4. First period, 1 goal apiece. Zetterlund again for us. Second period, goalless. Third period, goal apiece. Voynov with 93 seconds left. Overtime again. This time, it's the Canucks. Vyacheslav Leonov, the Estonian. And the Canucks are 1 win away from the Stanley Cup final. Crazy. What a turnaround for this team. Abbotsford going to their conference finals, where they will... Actually, no, they're just outright going to the Calder Cup finals, aren't they? If they're playing Wilkes-Barre. I guess I just totally missed a round. Calder Cup finals. I totally missed them just sweeping the Barracuda. Wow. Yeah, the Abbotsford Canucks on their way to the Calder Cup finals against the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins. Are we also heading to the finals is the question. 1 more win against Nashville. 3 chances to get it done, but we're hoping the first chance is the only chance that we need. Here we go. First period, 2-2, Garland and Altshuler. Second period, 5-3. Besser scored for us. Third period, yes, indeed. The Predators win 5-3. The pressure for this team, for the goaltending, the very young goaltending, was apparently too much. Okay. We go to game 6. No changes yet, but if we go to 7, we have to consider it. Isaac's back in. Down to a .932 save percentage after that game, but he's back in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. First period, 1-0 Preds. Second period, 2-0 Preds. Third period, I can't even blame the goaltending. We're going to game 7. 38 save shutout for Jussi Saros. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 1 game. Winner. Oh my God, both series are going 7. Looking at Nate Isaac so far, I mean, great game, bad game, great game, bad game, okay game. He's in. He's in. Defensively, can we justify? It's tough to justify. That second pairing has not nearly been as dominant. A little bit tough to justify putting in Colton Parayko. I mean, it would probably be for Hawkinson. Get Tom Villander on the other side. I think we'll try it. Colton Parayko into the lineup as a bit of an X factor. And then elsewhere, bottom 6 could certainly change. Top 6 could also use a little bit of a change, but what? What do we do? Like, do we swap Leonov and Pettersson? Tanner Jeannot is going to be out of the lineup. Most likely here for Anton Lundell. Maybe not. I mean, I am worried about Jeannot's penalties. Very worried about Jeannot's penalties. I have an idea. Kevin Lankinen's going down. And I want AJ Greer back. Apparently Greer was in their lineup. Honestly, I hate to mess with anything. But let's just go best lines. Ulrichson's playing like an 83, apparently. Only change I want to make sure is that Burmistrov is out for Krombein, since Krombeин's actually ours, and Burmistrov isn't that good anyway. We want to make sure that the Nil Tarasov is still the guy. So sorry to Lankinen. But you are going to be out for Jorgen Sedin. And we will get Tanner Jeannot out of there for Greer. I mean, Evans has just 3 points. That's 3 goals for Toropchenko. Let's get Lundell in there. Totally new fourth line. Greer, Lundell, Toropchenko. Everything else, you know what? Let's swap Leonov and Pettersson. It's a bit of a risk, but desperate times calls for desperate measures. We'll see if these changes work and can get us to where we're looking to go. Will we end up in the Stanley Cup final as a last hurrah? First period is goalless. Second period is goalless. We've held them to just 13 shots. Can we get this goal? Oh my God. This is going to go right down to the wire. Right down to the wire. 5 minutes left. Power play Nashville. Oh my God, Philip Forsberg. Not like this. Please. Pain. Pain. We had it, and we lost it. Jussi Saros, the difference maker in the series. The life of a Canucks fan, from what I have been told, is mostly pain and misery. And this was at least a little bit of a glimpse into that. A 57-win team up 3-1 in the Western Conference Final. And we still couldn't clutch it. I can't even look at the subs being like they had bad games, because they didn't. Just at the end of the day, I mean, Chyzek played great. Jussi Saros was better. That's all you can say. Absolutely outstanding. Look at those final 3 games, including back-to-back shutouts, making over 70 saves in the process. What can you do about that? I always say, the goal is to get this team in a better spot than where we left it. A 57-win season with the prospect cupboards completely restocked. Nashville does go on to win the Stanley Cup, and we even lost in the Calder Cup final. We are not allowed to have nice things. Apparently. Your 5 winners: Colorado, Carolina, Edmonton, Colorado, and Nashville again. So Western dominance that just didn't include us. Art Ross goes to Makar, as does the Hart Trophy, and the Norris, and the Bing. Calder does go to Zelezny. Conn Smythe to Philip Forsberg. Medvedev did win the Vezina, which is promising, but in the playoffs, he did lose that starting job. I think it's Dominic Baninka was the Masterton winner. Spencer Carberry, the Jack Adams winner. Celebrini wins his second Selke. Ted Lindsay award to McKinnon, as well as the Rocket Richard. And in the AHL, your 5 Calder Cup winners, 5 different winners: Charlotte, Toronto, Rochester, Laval, and Wilkes-Barre. So Eastern dominance there. Nazem Kadri was the top point getter for the Bridgeport Islanders. He was also league MVP. Ryan Donato was the top goal scorer. Someone named England was the top rookie. Drew Doughty was the top defenseman. TMFC. He's got a fucking jaw and a half, doesn't he? God damn. Goaltender of the year. Fogelberg was the MVP of the playoffs. Canucks fans, I'm so sorry. All this to say, apparently there is just no hope for you guys. There's just no hope. If you enjoyed, as always, drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and if you've somehow made it through this entire video. There are, of course, more that you can go back and check out, and let me know in the comments who you want to see us use next. I'm always intrigued. But for now, I'm going to go cry myself to sleep.